Tokyo, Los Angeles, International, Cairo, Hong Kong, Miami, International, Paris, Sydney, Mexico City, International, Rome, Mumbai, Vancouver, International. Chicago, International, Detroit, Amsterdam, Milan, International, Moscow, Stockholm, Chicago, International, Detroit, Amsterdam, Milan.
ready.
What's up, everyone? We're just sorting out. Oh man, totally not ready. Why is this guy so cocky? How's everyone doing? Welcome to another edition of Phone a Friend Friday with your special guest today, Oliver. also known as U-Turn. Um, very excited. You know him from his collabs with Diplo, De La Soul, Shakira, Britney, Chromeo, Kelly Clarkson, Beck. You know him from the Splice Packs. I'm just still trying to figure out if we got Vaughn's audio going.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah. There's the man. Well, without further ado, let's get into it.
Get into it, baby.
Since you can hear him. Yo.
Can they see me though?
Can they see you? Where are you? Oh yeah, Zoom. There you are. Boom. We resized it and everything. It was perfect before, and now
Whatever.
we like resize. It's all right. I'm gonna do this on the fly. How you doing, man?
Doing great, dude. Well, we'll see if this holds together. My internet's pretty garbage,
Yo,
but
Spectrum, man, is the worst.
yeah,
I'm gonna
might be okay. We'll see.
blow up your screen. You're in your studio in where in LA? Is it Burbank or?
Yeah, it's in Burbank.
Nice. And how long have you been out here in LA now?
2011. So yeah, almost 10 years.
Almost 10 years, dude. That's crazy. Are you gonna do a big, like, retrospective mix of like all the it'll be like hard drive waste, like the decade
now.
mix.
The decades worth of.
Dude.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I was actually I was streaming yesterday and was going through old demos, which I've done a bunch of times, but there was still like so many that I hadn't played on stream and stuff. There's just hundreds and hundreds of them, you know.
Oh, they're saying that you're a little quiet in the
Little
chat. Can you turn up your mic input a little bit?
Yes.
I'm gonna just try and resize your screen to match.
Let's ramp it up, boys.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good.
That
That's
good?
Yeah.
Boom, coming in hot.
Too much.
Too much. Okay.
No, you can. That's crazy. So, I mean, before we get into it, like, what have you been doing since? What have you been? What is your 2020? I mean, I know you're in the studio a lot. Anyways, did anything change for you with everything that's happened this year?
Absolutely. Right. Well, I signed a new publishing deal maybe a year ago,
Dope.
and kind of right before COVID, I was full on doing in like session mode, so like writing session with writers and other producers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously with COVID, that's just kind of morphed into something a lot different, which is, you know, Zoom sessions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which I haven't really been doing a lot of. I've honestly just been kind of like taking this time to kind of just have fun in the studio, and been streaming and making beats and just kind of, I don't know, not really like working on anything. You know what I mean? Just having fun with music and experimenting, and
Right.
you know, obviously I'm doing jobs here and there. I'm doing mixed jobs, or I'm doing finishing other projects that I've been working on, but for the most part it's just been like a time to just kind of chill, you know, have some fun.
It sounds like it's almost been a nice change of pace for you a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I want it to go back to how
work.
it was as much as anybody else.
Right.
But I feel less affected by it than probably most people, because it really doesn't. My life's kind of the same. I come to the studio,
Right.
I go home and chill, and you know, play video games or watch Netflix or whatever, and like have dinner.
Right.
It's like kind of the same thing, you know. Like I was never like super outgoing, anyways. So
You were, I mean, but I mean, not to cut you off, but I mean, you've been a DJ. Like, I know maybe you don't think of yourself that way, but like you're crazy. Like on the decks, you're an excellent DJ. For those that maybe haven't had the chance to see you,
Yeah.
or like, you know, just discovered you like more recently.
Yeah.
Like, can you walk us through like what was your, first off, like, you're from BC as well, right? I guess
Yeah.
we're both from Vancouver. I guess we've got all Canadians this month, which is kind of fun.
Cool.
But what was your path like towards production? Did you start off as a DJ first, or were you making music?
Yeah, I
first?
started off as a DJ first. So I grew up in outside of Vancouver in the Okanagan Valley in Penticton, which is, I think at the time, you know, it's probably like 25,000 people. So a really small kind of town.
Right.
And I got exposed to music just through watching Much Music. And which is pretty much, you know, it's the Canadian version of MTV for those that don't know. And just watching like hip hop videos and stuff on there.
Okay.
And I think that's when I first got exposed to like, I think it was scratching. Like I heard like, I think I heard it on, it was like DJ Premiere or something like that.
Right.
And I was like, what is that? And then my mom told me, she's like, I think they're scratching like vinyl. And I didn't know anything. I was like, what's vinyl? Like, I don't know what that is.
That's dope. Your mom put you
Basically,
on
that was
to
the-
Premiere.
Yeah, yeah.
To-
Yeah, my parents were always like super encouraging too. And at the time it was something like nobody in my town was doing what I was doing, like trying to figure out how to DJ. And
right.
it was at the time a very strange thing. And I kind of got made fun of and stuff by other kids at school and whatever. But
small towns are, I mean, high school is tough enough, but small towns are also tough.
oh yeah, absolutely. Right. But yeah, it all started there. And then, you know, fast forward to like, I think it was like 2003 or something like that. And I took a year course in sound engineering
Okay.
because I wanted to get more into making beats. At the time, it was all like hip hop stuff. So
Right.
it's like, how do I make beats, you know?
And was that
and that's kinda-
in Penticton that they offered this course?
No, that was in Vancouver.
Okay.
So the school in Vancouver was called Columbia Academy, which is now, I don't think it exists anymore. There's probably some other production schools, but
Right.
yeah, it was like a year course I took there, and gave me a year to just kind of focus on, you know, the fundamentals of music production and
What
learning
were you
Signal.
learning? Were you on like Reason or something like that, or Cubase?
yeah,
or-
it was Reason, Logic, and Pro Tools.
That's pretty
And
good.
for some reason at that time, Pro Tools was the one that I kind of made the most sense to me.
Okay.
Reason, just I thought it was like a toy. Like I just didn't like the way it looked.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know.
I feel you. Yeah.
But I know that's a pretty, at least at the time, that was a really powerful program. And then also Logic was like really, really tough to work with back then. Like it was terrible.
Right.
It's not Logic now. Like Logic now is just insane. But yeah, that was kind of the path. You know, there's a lot of steps in between there that I've jumped over. But it started with a love for DJing, and then just kind of evolved into. I think I might have started like making bootlegs and remixes, and then you
Right.
know, sampling other records and doing mashups and stuff like that, and then eventually like trying to learn how to play the keyboard, or you know, it's just
Right.
learning
Right.
music, you know, which is up till now I'm still trying to learn new stuff every day. So.
Were you like when you're in Vancouver then and starting to make stuff? Were you like where were you finding inspiration? Were you buying a lot of records, or were you going out to like see specific DJs? I know Vancouver
In
back
Vancouver?
then was. I mean, Vancouver in 2003. I can't. It would have just been like urban top 40 most places. I think some electronic
Well,
underground.
I was fully into the hip hop thing still. I think around that time,
yeah.
it wasn't till, or maybe I started getting more into like dance music and stuff. It was kind of the Daft Punk Discovery album was
Sure.
the one that really like had an impact on me, and I was like, oh, this stuff's actually really cool. Let me see what else sounds like this, you know. And then that led me down the path of you know, house music and disco records and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But yeah, that was. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other. I mean, I was doing a lot of radio too in Vancouver, actually, just like independent radio shows
Yeah,
and
that's-
jumping on.
Was it Brooklyn Radio? That
No,
show?
Brooklyn Radio came later, which was about 2006 or 7,
Okay.
I think. And that was another thing that was just a really good, you know, outlet for me to kind of put together these mixes. And I spent a lot of time, like I would put out one mix I think it was every week, and it was an hour long, and I would totally go in on them. Like they
Right.
were like mixtape, you know, like
Right.
I did it all in Pro Tools too, which is insane. Like now that I think about it, like it would have been so easy in Ableton, but
Unable to.
yeah,
like,
that one actually
for-
got quite a bit of attention. You know, like I actually did a tour on in Australia off of that, and
off of the radio, off of what you've been doing with the radio show.
yeah, just that people knew it. Well, I had a bit of a following in Australia just because I was playing a lot of those records, you know, so it was modular.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brought me out
copy.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was playing a lot of those records at the time. There was so much good stuff coming out of there, so
Wow.
it made sense. But
That's cool. So you were, I didn't realize that. So you made it to Australia before like way before Oliver. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah. So I did, and I
That's
did a
DJ.
huge Scandinavian tour too. So I did like a bunch of festivals out there, and clubs and stuff, which was super awesome. That was just solely based off that stuff, and maybe the couple remixes that I had out too. But I think it was mostly based off the radio show, and people, I don't know, just like that's hard to do now. I will say is
Mhm.
to have any kind of a following as just a DJ and not really a
Yeah,
producer, someone putting out music.
I see someone mention Funky Boys talking about. Did you listen to the BBC Essential Mix? I know I did around that time. Like every Saturday, it would air at like 2 a.m. and I would
Yeah,
someone would
I would catch those here and there. Yeah, those are pretty incredible.
right. They were all over the place. Like Pete Tong held that. He started that in the 90s, still going.
Oh, those are the best. I mean, like, yeah, the Daft Punk one obviously was
Right.
like a huge deal. The Justice one that didn't it? Wasn't there a Justice one that didn't get aired or something like that?
Oh yeah, no, I missed that.
Or they scrapped it because it was too fucking weird, but it was just like so good, like so incredible.
Really, Fabric
You
one
guys could probably
rounds?
look that up. I think it's out there, but maybe it didn't actually air because it was too weird.
Right.
Which
That-
is kind of,
But they
or
would-
maybe it was. Oh, that might have been like Fabric or something. I don't know. It was one of those.
Oh, that was a Fabric.
just, like,
Ryland saying
records that
Fabric.
were-
Yeah, so I remember that the other side of that was there would be a lot of studio mixes, and then they would also do like live from the venue, like from Sankey's and whatever, like these like sort
Yeah.
of mythical clubs, whatever, Twilo in New York back in the day. And it was, from a kid from Vancouver. Like I lived in Penticton for a year or two, and it was just like, yo, like this was, and I was watching. So just now before we started the stream, I had some of the Electric Circus. Treasure Fingers recognized it, which is surprising to me because I didn't realize that anyone in the U.S. knew about Electric Circus, and like that was sort of, bringing the global dance music
Oh yeah.
straight into your living room at a time with.
That's funny. Gosh, I remember that show. I wasn't really like when that was airing. I wasn't really into dance music, but
Right.
every once in a while there would be like a hip hop DJ on.
Right.
Like I think Craig did it once, and maybe I don't know who else, but
You had Rhapsody. That's probably what you were watching, right?
Rhapsody was my jam. Yeah, I would actually. So, I mean, this is going back before the internet was really a thing, and before
Right.
TVs or any of that
We're
shit.
so old.
But like my access to music was watching much music and like taping them, like actually taping them to
Right.
cassette tape
Right.
and making tapes of the songs that I liked,
Right.
because I couldn't hear that shit anywhere. There was no radio. There wasn't. I couldn't tune into the BBC or
No.
or any US radio stations. There was no access, right?
Right.
If I wanted to order music, like at the time it would have been a CD or whatever, it would take months. Like I would literally order, oh, I want the new whatever Gangstar album. Like it would take like 3 months.
Right. There was
You
no
get to
Power
see-
106. Like you could just like
No. No, there was no like. Now you just have instant access to everything. But I feel like in a way it was kind of cool like that, because I really had to work to figure these things out, and especially DJing. There was no. My only access to that style of DJing was getting VHS videos of like DJ competitions,
Okay.
and trying to figure out what they were doing and trying to imitate it. And I did a lot of that too, like learning other DJs like beat
routines.
knuckle and scratch routines, and like really studying it,
Right.
Um,
So when did you sort of? So I guess the context is like we met when we were both DJing. You had been like a resident there, if not the resident, for a long time. You and like I guess Flip Out was also in my mind one of the guys that was there basically at least once a week. When I was going there before I even thought about DJing there, and you were doing. It was more open format at first, and I think we were both part of a night that was more on the dance. One of the first nights, probably like realistically in Vancouver, that was focused on like the indie dance, blog house sort of scene.
yeah.
Could you speak to like that sort of era, and like did that shift your focus at all, or?
I mean, I have so many good memories of that era. I think it was right around the time. Yeah, it was kind of like either there was a lot of open format stuff, and I was kind of doing that as well. And the was it like Hollertronics and like
Palms Out Sundays.
Canada, like all this. Yeah, it was like around the same time, I guess. And yeah, I was just like really into these kind of, yeah, I guess indie dance is the best way to describe it, right? A lot of stuff that wasn't even signed to labels. It was all off blogs, you know. A lot of it was off blogs.
And it was pre SoundCloud too, so there wasn't even one place to like.
Yeah.
Each blog site would upload it to like a direct download.
Yeah,
of
it
thing?
would be like I can't remember what the files. It might have been what the file service was back then, but
Right.
was it Zshare or something?
That was one. Yeah.
Zshare was a big one, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
MediaFire
yeah,
wasn't it?
No, that wasn't in yet. Yeah, it's kind of or send it to or you send it. You
Right.
send it. That's funny trying to remember that shit. But yeah, those blogs were like that was actually really great. I mean, and especially for old music too, there was a lot of you could find incredible like blogs of people just ripping these old records and really obscure kind of interesting stuff. And I actually missed that era. I don't know, it was really because they were really curated by people that were really super into it, you know?
Right.
So it was like you had a few like a top 5 blogs that you followed and you knew like when they posted something new it was going to be dope.
Just fire, right?
Yeah, it was really cool, man. I don't know.
I think the Bicep guys got their start that way. If you
Yeah.
remember, like
Yeah, they did for
They
sure.
were just
Yeah, I remember
posting
a lot.
like house tracks every day for forever.
Yeah. A lot. I mean, there's a lot of people that are still around that were
Right.
kind of came up in that era, but it was cool because it was kind of a community, and you would have relationships with these blogs, and like if you made some new remix or something, you'd send it over, and they'd do a post about it. And
So,
I don't know, it was cool.
So for you, it sounded like you've had a few years of making like bootlegs at the time. And then were you sort of like just connecting with, again, this is pre-SoundCloud, so were you connecting through other artists? I guess they were coming through Shine when we played there because I remember like even like Don Diablo and the 12s would come through all the time.
Yeah,
From-
yeah. There was a bit of that, and then I think I got management around like 2008 or something like that.
Okay.
And that's when I kind of had more contact with actual like label stuff, I guess.
Okay.
But I think it really started to pop off when I started putting out the Oliver stuff, you know.
Right. So when was the first, because it got a re-release later on, right? But so how did Oliver start? Can you just take us to the beginning of that?
Oh, Oliver started. So that was basically my manager at the time. Atlantic Records flew me down to LA to kind of meet the A&Rs and stuff like that, and they were kind of scouting new talent or whatever as a producer, and they put me up. They gave me, I think it was like 3 days at the studio, and I was just, it was, you know, your first time in LA and you're at this huge, it's like a big studio, like there's a big live room, and I'm just like,
Right.
I just want my little computer, my PC with my shitty, like I didn't even have a MIDI keyboard, you know?
Right.
So it was kind of overwhelming, but, and that's where I met Ology. So he's the other member of Oliver.
Right.
And he was brought in to just, I guess, help and be kind of a session guy, I guess. I'm not really sure. Or they just thought maybe we'd, you know, have a good vibe together or something like that. But we just really hit it off kind of on a musical level and just like a personal level. Like we became friends, and I just had so much fun working with him. And I was just like, he just blew my mind. Like because I never really been around other producers.
Right.
It was the first time I saw someone who's like really proficient at producing and like writing music and playing keyboards and bass and guitar. And I was just like, holy shit, this is okay. You know, I'm like, wow, I got a lot to learn, you know? And from there, I just kept making trips down to LA every few months because I really wanted to work with them. And a lot of those first records, those Oliver records, were made over Skype. Like it was just me in Vancouver working on something. We'd be on Skype,
Right.
and he'd play some chords on the piano, and I'd be like, that sounds cool.
Right.
Send it over, you know. And it's funny now that I think about it, because it's like all stuff that it wouldn't really impress me now, or I wouldn't be like, wow, you know. But I was just so enthusiastic, and I didn't know how to play chords really. Like all the stuff I'd made up till then was just me just moving MIDI notes around.
The
and,
U-turn
like,
stuff wasn't like you did. Well, like I mean, let's not skip over like the Mark Ronson thing, which was massive. That got played on BBC. Like the Bang
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, even at that point, I didn't know. Like if you pointed out a key on a keyboard, I wouldn't be able to tell you what note it was.
Okay.
but I just did it kind of all by ear, I
Right
guess.
here, yeah.
So, but anyways, yeah, that was so. And everything Ology was doing, I was just like, oh, that's so sick. Let's lay it down and make a track and put it out. You know, I was just like at that level where I was so excited to just put
Work.
stuff. It's kind of interesting to think about that because now I'm just like the opposite of that. Like nothing impresses me, and I'm just like, it's garbage. But,
With each passing year.
I know. I wish I
everything
had a
becomes
little
and
more of that, man. Like back when you're probably the same way when you started, where you're just like, anything you do, you're like, this is fucking awesome. Let's put it out. You know.
Right.
But yeah. So, anyways, those first few records were just made with us just kind of jamming on Skype, and I think the first thing was All Night,
Mm-hmm.
or was it?
That was one of, yeah, because I did like a
night, yeah.
weird edit that I wanted. I was just starting to mess around with bootlegs. And remember like doing one on like Ableton 6 or it was like
Yeah.
Ableton 7 or something. It was
So
that.
we did
with-
that.
Yeah.
We did that one, and then it was the other one was I
Walk
think
With Me.
Walk with Me,
Yeah.
and then we just put those out on SoundCloud. And at the time, SoundCloud was very new. Like that was, just came out, and there was kind of, it was actually perfect timing because we would put stuff out on there, and it would be like number one on SoundCloud, which by today it was just like we would have no chance, because we're
Right.
not SoundCloud rappers. But I mean, so I don't know, just kind of things lined up, and we're on this new platform, and we kind of got a push there. I guess we got a lot of plays for that time. The numbers now
Yeah,
would
yeah.
not be impressive, but when you get like 30,000 plays on SoundCloud, it was like whoa,
Right.
it was a big deal. So, and then that's where I think Kitsune heard the records, and then they released Walk With Me, and that was or was that the first one? I think that was the first one, or it might have been Dirty Talk.
So
I can't.
it's Walk With Me because
was it-
I know this because I just went through your entire back catalog. This is like
Oh.
you heard it here first. I'm supposed to do. I'm working on a entire label discography mix, which is like 40 minutes. Which
For
is
what? For a Kitsune?
for Kitsune. So I went through the entire archives from like the beginning, and it was like
That's pretty massive.
this shit took me, a long time.
Daunting.
But I saw a lot of familiar faces and people who I didn't know, were plus including all the compilations. But yeah, Walk With Me was on there. So then from there, did you have like and then Dirty Talk, which was later on, which was one of my
And
favorites.
I should mention it. Like at that time, like getting something signed to Kitsune to me was just like, oh, I can like quit music. Like this is like
yeah.
fucking dream come true. Because
See
I was a
other
really
pictures.
huge fan of that label, and I thought it was like one of the coolest labels at the time. Like I loved the music, I loved the aesthetic and the consistency of the records that they put out and the variety.
Yeah.
And it was all just, I thought it was really good.
Yep.
And interesting. It was really, at least for electronic music, it was that and like Ed Banger, but I think Ed Banger came out a little after that too.
But I mean, and those guys are linked, obviously. I mean,
Yeah,
I,
of
I don't know how.
But to
It
be
was
on like a
super common.
French electronic label, I was just like, oh, I can like quit now because I've done my dream,
Yep. So was that the first label? Was Kitsune?
Yeah.
The first. Okay, so that was the first Oliver release, and then from there, did you guys have a plan, like a roadmap that you were? Because obviously, it sounds like you guys were sort of doing some other production stuff for artists. Because I guess when you met Ollie G, he'd probably been doing that for a while, right?
Yeah, he'd still that was his full-time gig pretty much, and I was just kind of like, I just loved making music with him, and I think he enjoyed it because it was a departure from maybe what the other stuff he was doing, and got
Sure.
to kind of just. And I was obviously like, I love like funk music and groovy shit, and he loved that shit too, and I don't know, it just worked that way. Like he was still doing that stuff, so it
Mhm.
kind of just started as like a hobby thing, where like a side project. Oh, this is fun, we can kind of do this, and yeah, I mean, he's still doing like pop stuff. That's his main gig, But
So with the Oliver stuff, would you make records and then just be like, okay, well, this is clearly going to be like an Oliver thing. It's too many like sus chords or whatever. Or were you going in the room with like pop people and then writing stuff, and then the reject stuff you would just kind of run with, or was it both?
No, it was just us doing exactly what we wanted to do at the first. The only time that it kind of changed was when we got signed to Interscope, and it was like a major label thing, and then it was more like, you know, we need some stuff for radio, and we were just like, okay, I guess, I don't know.
When did that happen? That was before your first.
I mean, that was, I'm jumping a whole step there, which was all the Fool's Gold releases, which were like,
right.
probably a lot of people's favorite stuff was the Fool's Gold stuff. And, it wasn't like some vast, I mean, we did a ton of remixes, which I think is like, I think we got kind of known for the remix stuff.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the Fool's Gold releases were pretty big for us. And yeah, and even those Fool's Gold releases, like they had no kind of, I mean, we would obviously send them demos and they'd be like, oh, this one's good, or this one, maybe work on these two or whatever. But for the most part, they were just like, do whatever you want,
So how did that come about? Were you already like linked up with Nick and A-Track, or were you just, was it on your sites?
I think it was, it was definitely through Alon, and it was, I'm trying to think back. I think it was because we did a Chromeo remix.
Okay.
Like that was one of the first things we did. So he was aware of us, and then I think we got in the studio and we were working with him doing some production for one of his projects, and then after that it just made sense to kind of like, put our stuff out with them.
Keep going, right?
We had a relationship, so.
Was that the so was that remix the I Need Somebody? I don't remember the name of it.
It was like Hot Mess, I think was the one.
Hot Mess, yeah, that was really big. I remember playing that out for the first time, and
yeah, that's
just
crazy.
seeing the room just go nuts.
Yeah.
What was the other? And then you talking about? Was it called Zamboni? Was it the one with A-Track?
Yeah, that was
something like that.
Yeah, and we did some other, like we helped him with a couple remixes and stuff, and like some additional production stuff. But Zamboni was one, and then there was another one called, oh shit, what the hell is it called?
Nick probably knows it.
Go Snacker. I can't remember.
People like dropping all your records.
You probably know the name.
Yeah. You get to the point where you're just forgetting about records that you made, right?
Yeah. No, I totally do. Like someone will be like, "Oh, I like that one thing you did," and you're like, "Holy shit, I totally forgot about that."
Right.
That's crazy.
Do you? What are this like? Are there any oldies that kind of people keep like mentioning to you, whether that's U-Turn or early Oliver stuff that clearly cut through and has stuck with people?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, definitely like the Fool's Gold stuff. People always kind of mention that.
Style Class Flair.
Light Years Away.
That was a big one.
Light Years Away, for some reason, like people, because I guess at the time that was a pretty weird track, but it kind of worked. Yeah, I don't know. And the big one is that that Dangerous remix that we did, which is like, I hear it being synced all the fucking time now, which sucks because I don't get any money from it.
That's Big Data?
Yeah, Big Data. Yeah. We did a remix for them called Dangerous. And you just kind of hear that popping up. It was on some HBO show. And this is actually interesting if we want to get into the business kind of side of things for a second.
Absolutely.
I don't know how remix deals are done now, but back then you were just given a fee for a remix.
Yeah.
They'd be like, a really good fee would be like $5,000 plus or something, I guess.
Right.
Really, really good fee. Low end would be like $1,000, $2,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
But basically, it was just like an outright fee, so you would have none of the back end like publishing on it.
Yeah. So
that's kind of what happened with that one. That one kind of blew up and got synced for a bunch of shit, and we don't get any money for it, any kickback, which is. I think now people are doing remix deals a little different, like where they're actually.
Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, we don't talk about this too much. I think that if you manage to get to a certain level before SoundCloud started, like before the last 5 years, then you were kind of safe. And then if you have obviously you need some leverage to be able to ask for points. I think I've only ever gotten pub on a couple of remixes, and So I'm sort of in that like halfway point where I'm like, man, I wish I had like done X, Y, achieved this like a year or two earlier, because then I would just make the cut over here, which is just
Yeah.
business, right? But
Yeah.
then obviously like I think you have like because in I also know a lot of artists and management teams that are like happy to do remixes, whether it's like a combination of free slash spec, and you're like, if it makes, you know what I mean, like it's just kind of the Wild West again.
Yeah.
With remixers.
Also, I don't know, like, do people really care about remixes? I feel like maybe they don't, or maybe that's just me, and I don't really care about remixes anymore. But
right. You're like, is it just me, or do I just not care about anything, or is this actually the
no,
way the
I
world
mean,
is changing?
I just want to hear like I want to hear records, of course. But
Right,
like,
right.
I just feel like I don't know. Maybe I just got a little like tired of it because I did so many and was just like I don't know.
I think the meaning of it's changed. Like a flip can be now for a quick TikTok or Twitter video or something, and I think people are approaching them in different ways than like maybe we were like to be like, oh, I'd love to get a remix released on Fool's Gold, or I'd love to get a remix on whatever DFA, for example. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
the same thing now.
I just remember like remixes being really important, but like where it was like, oh, so and so has a song, and then they get like 5 remixes of it,
Right.
and like 2 of them are actually fire, and you want to play them out in the club and stuff. Is it still like that? I don't know.
So, I mean, you probably saw this, but Dua Lipa did that big, and they're putting a lot of press behind it, that big remix album is what they're calling it, with the
Yeah.
Blessed Madonna, formerly the Black Madonna, and got a lot of names like Paul Woolford, I think, unless it was Special Request or, the other project.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like dope like heads, like DJs on it. And it's interesting is, I don't know if you also saw online, they were getting a lot of pushback from like younger fans being like, who are all these remixers? Like, this is trash, right? So
Yeah, it's very much DJ aimed at DJs, right? It's like,
right.
I mean, at least it was. I don't know if it's still the same, but I mean, that's kind of what it was. It's like, oh, there's this pop song that's like actually kind of cool, but it's whatever. It's an MGMT song or something like that, and you're like, this is actually really sick, but it needs like the club version that I can like bump in the club,
Right.
It's kind of like that, I guess. I don't know.
Can you talk
Sure, it's-
about your approach to remixes, and has that changed? First off, I don't know when the last Oliver remix came out. I'm sure someone in the chat knows, but like how that's what has been your approach to remixes over the years? Like, do you just find some chords different chords, or where do you start?
Yeah, it usually just starts with like chords, just playing some chords over top, and back then a lot of it would start with Ollie kind of messing around on the keyboard. There was he was well surpassed by ability on the keyboard, so it would usually start there. Or I would play a bass line and be like, does this work over top? And
Right.
he'd be like, yeah, it kind of does, but maybe change this note or whatever.
Mhm.
So it would always start with kind of just a skeleton of like, these chords sound really nice over this. What can we develop from there? It was usually that, or a bass line, I guess.
And
Or just kind of like we generally have some kind of concept too of where we would want to take it. Like, okay, do we speed it up a bit? Is it like, how do we, what kind of thing are we going for? I guess we'd have more of a big picture plan for it.
right.
Is it a full on dance thing? Is it a super nerdy, like funky, glitchy, weird track? Like, we'd have some kind of idea of what we wanted to do with it.
Right.
Or the parts. Generally, we'd go through the vocal and be like, maybe we don't need this part. This is my favorite part, so let's like loop that for a bit longer than we would. And
Right.
I'm sure you're probably the same way when you do a remix. You kind of
I think that
listen to the song.
making a note of like almost taking stock of what you have. You're like their chorus is not great, but this verse is dope, or this bridge, and you hear a loop or something. And I think almost that's something that I don't know if because we can, with technology flattening and Splice and everything, shout out Splice, like you can kind of make anything at any given time. It sort of helps the focus if you're like, okay, let's do something, the original's really fast, let's slow this down and turn it into like a beach thing or whatever.
Yeah, you generally want to like, I think overall it was like, let's either I really like this song, but let's like try to make it better. Like let's try to beat the original production.
Right.
And then if the original production was already really fucking good, then we're like, okay, well, let's take it in a completely different direction, you know?
Right.
But a lot of times it would be like, well, this is how we would want this record to sound, you know, if we produced it, basically, is
Right.
what it was. You know?
Polishing a turd is coming through the chat. Have you had that? I mean, I imagine you must have had that situation where you just were not down with the original, but for whatever reason, you guys decided that, you know, we got to do this one. Remix this.
Yeah, I think starting out there was definitely some of that where we're just kind of like less choosy about what we would work on, I suppose. But after a while, we were just like, nah. We're like, nah, I don't like it. Because you can just tell, like, I would just listen to it and be like, is there anything in there that I really want to like fuck with? And if there wasn't, or whatever, the lyrics were too corny, or
Right.
there just wasn't anything that grabbed my ear, then
Right.
we would just pass on it, you know?
Sometimes it's tough because you're also sort of, especially, I think at any point in your career, if the artist is like, you know, someone you really like or a really big artist, for example, then you're like, well, I got to do something. Like, this is a, you know.
Oh yeah, that definitely plays a role in how you choose these things, right? If whatever fucking, you know, Lady Gaga or someone reaches out and is like, we want your remix, and you're kind of like, okay, I guess. I mean, there was definitely a lot of big ones that we passed on to because we were just like, we can't really work with this, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they would send us like some ballad thing, and we were just like, it's not really like. At the time, we were making like dance records, kind of, or just like weird electronic, like funk records, I guess.
right.
So
Someone's
yeah, there's
asking.
definitely
Oh, sorry. Someone's asking how the Madion remix came about.
how that one came about. I think he was just aware of our music and he just reached out and wanted a remix. I think it was as simple as that. There was no. I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him in person. So it must have been. I think he was playing some of our records. Like he done. I think he worked like Dirty Talk into one of his sets and did like
dope.
a crazy, at the time, crazy mashup kind of blend with it, or
Sure.
you know how his early stuff was. It was very like.
Yeah, I mean, it sonically it kind of fits. Like, it's not a big leap that he was a fan or is a fan of.
Yeah,
all of it,
yeah.
right?
So he was aware of our stuff, and I think just reached out, and we're like, yeah, cool, we'll do it. You know.
It's different. It's not like Nora Jones or we had a guest recently. I'm not going to out who it was, but had to do like a remix. Took on a Nile Rodgers remix, and told me like it was just. No, there was something that was just not good. I don't know for what song. It wasn't like a Chic song, because or else you wouldn't be able to complain, obviously. But
Yeah.
he was like, man, this was so hard. He's like, I had to put some like different, like fake. He's like, I sampled like another vocal and had to like put that into the song because there was just like nothing to work with. And I was like, right, like that's a tough.
Yeah, you don't want to. That's tough. I mean, sometimes if there's like nothing to work with, like I would just literally like use one part of the song, like literally like one vocal part, or like,
Right.
okay,
right,
there's this one synth part that's kind of cool. Let's just fucking make a track around that or something, you know?
right.
Then it's like you may as well just fucking make a song and put it out and like make your own original track at that point. But
Right.
if it's like you said, if it's some big artist and there's actually good exposure, that's how they sell you back then, you know? And they probably still do that. Well, like, you should do this. Like, oh, the fee's not great, but it's really good exposure. It's really good exposure.
Of course.
Like, after you've done 20 things that are supposed to be really good exposure, you're kind of just like, okay, let me just do shit I want to do instead of trying to do that, you know?
Yeah, I think that battles. I mean, I don't know if that's worse now. Like more, you know, people asking for free stuff, like in terms of free music, free remixes, more.
Yeah.
I did so. When I did this Lizzo remix on Spec, and I had the chance to choose between Juice and the one with Missy, and they were both not out yet. And
Yeah.
I was like, cool. This song Juice is like I just heard it on my phone. I was eating tacos. I was like, this is a banger. But then I was like, the other one is Missy, but it just didn't. I was also listening on my phone, and I was like, it's okay. Obviously, my foresight wasn't great because it turned out to be a big song. I had a couple drinks.
Yeah.
I was like, this Juice. I just replied.
I like that one. I actually know the producer who did that one.
Lizzo's
So,
producer, or the one with Missy, Tempo.
The Missy Tempo, yeah. Yeah. It's like a weird old, he sampled this weird old like Moog record, like weird.
Dope.
Anyways, that's some nerdy. But continue. Sorry, I
I'm getting no.
derailed.
I'm getting hate in the chat for picking juice over tempo.
I can see that. I feel like tempo would be more the like cool DJ, fucking hip hop head choice out
Right.
of those two.
Right.
You
Whatever.
got to go with what connects with you, though. If
Yeah.
there's what inspires you the most, you know.
That's I think that's sort of the point. Like if you follow your gut, I mean, music is driven by your gut, heart, soul, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
For the most part, like is why we get into it. Even if you end up doing a lot of sessions and writing a bunch of records you didn't expect to make. So it's funny that happened that way. When you guys, I guess you and Ollie G stopped working on all of your music like fairly recently. Or,
Yeah, shortly after the album came out,
Right.
it just kind of, fell apart a little bit. On the business side, and I don't know, just wasn't working out. I don't want to fully like get into that whole thing, but like, we're still on good terms. We're still friends, and I love him to death, and I still think he's one of my favorite human beings, and just super talented, and has taught me literally like 90% of what I know about music. So always be grateful to him. Whether we work together again or not, it's, that's going to be the same. But I think that was, shortly after the album came out. And then there was some other shifts, like our management left the company that we were with, and our A&R left Interscope, and there was just, the writing was kind of on the wall. And, I just was like, you know what, I want to see what I can do, but, on my own. And I just wanted to change,
Right.
And, it was scary for sure. Like I was like terrified, like, am I going to be able to make a living? And I also made the decision. I literally was like, I don't want to DJ anymore. I was just like, I don't want to do it.
So that was that part of the when you're like after we split, I'm just gonna stop.
No,
Like,
I wanted it was like I want to put my attention on more on production and songs, and I want to just dive into that world. Because I don't think I'm capable of balancing both. I'm not like Calvin Harris. I can't write like pop records and be a massive DJ in Las Vegas and like do all that shit,
You got a private jet. It's a short ride.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So yeah, I was just kind of, I just wanted to do another thing, and I'd kind of been like, you know what, I've DJ'd all the fucking thing, like all the cool clubs and the big festivals, and
Right.
I've done and seen as much as I could see, I guess. There's always, different levels, I guess, but like,
Right.
no, it just didn't really interest me anymore,
Right.
So I was like, I made the decision, like, and that decision was big because that was, my main source of income. So being like passing on, whatever, getting flown out to Vegas and doing one night and making like a bunch of money, like it was kind of scary to be like, I don't want to do that shit anymore,
Right.
So, but sometimes I think in life you gotta do those things. You gotta take those kind of scary leaps in order to grow, At least I do. Like I have to go all the way, or I just, I'll end up staying stagnant and kind of doing the same shit my whole life. But
Well, I mean, I think that's really interesting because we both came from DJing first. And
Yeah.
then, you got into production earlier, but I mean, clearly, like we were talking earlier for those that are joining us recently, about how you had already done Australia touring with like Modular and like Scandinavia back in like the early 2000s. And you got to do a lot of the, like really, really cool stuff. And obviously there is time is a zero-sum game when it comes to working on records, taking on remixes, producing other people, and then doing all the artist stuff that, not even just the artist records that you got to do, but all the artist type stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever that's, your
yeah, and
aesthetics.
I honestly just never liked doing the artisty shit,
Right.
which I'm sure most artists don't. I mean,
Except for art. You seem to
doing
like
stuff-
doing art. You've always seemed to like, let's
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
well,
that.
I always like design and art and stuff like that. But like, I'm talking more about like touring for one. Fucking, I hate touring.
What do you hate about it?
I just don't like traveling, and I just like, I just don't like traveling. I don't know, man.
Like
Like
planes?
it's fun.
or-
Like, obviously it's great. Like, it's really rewarding when you can play your music in front of crowds and
Right.
and they go off, and it's like super, it's one of the best feelings in the world. But I don't know. It was just like we were doing like the label was putting us on these tours. Like we opened for Zed when like Clarity was out and stuff, and that was like obviously a fucking huge tour, and we were opening for these fucking EDM fans.
Was
And I
that
was
a
like,
U.S. tour?
yeah, that was a US tour, like a bus tour, and we just like went to every fucking city. And
Like, where were the venues that you were playing, like in L.A. or just?
I think he's obviously even
He was-
huger now, but I'm just trying to think. I don't know. I'm bad with the venue names, honestly.
Where'd you
But,
play in
like,
L.A.
LA would have been like,
or New York?
what is that old venue downtown that's like kind of big? It has like 2 levels.
Oh,
I don't know the
Brett.
fucking names anymore.
Someone in the
That
chat.
shit-
Yeah, I know.
dude, literally all that stuff is just like my brain slowly just deleting all that from my brain.
Right.
It's like you don't need this information anymore. Not
Slake?
important.
Slake. I've never been to Slake.
Which I should know it. I actually hung on to all the flyers and all that stuff and like posters and shit because I feel like when I'm older, like I'm actually gonna need that to even remember that shit happened.
Right. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, here's the thing: is like when you're constantly trying to. So when I first visited,
But they were. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah,
No.
they were probably like
3,000.
between like 3 and 3, 4, 5,000. I don't know.
Right. It is
Even-
tough to sometimes connect when you're opening. Like if you're not the act. Like
Yeah.
take me to the second room at
Okay,
Shine, which is
so-
where I used to cut. Just sweat off the walls.
So basically, what that was Zed was a fan of our music, and that's why he brought us on tour. But like, it was also like, okay, well, there's all these young kids here, and how many of them are here to actually see us? Like, not that many. Like, I was a realist about it,
Right.
and I was also a DJ before I was ever a producer. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking deliver the goods.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna fucking, So as I was playing a lot of records, like, I would find the EDM stuff and like the big banger fucking records that I
Yeah.
kind of liked, and
Yeah.
that was good enough. But I also felt like I was like compromising too much, and people would message and be like, "Dude, I saw your show, but like you didn't play your stuff. Like, where's all like the funky?" It's
Right.
like, dude, I'm not gonna play like 95 beat per minute like
For the heads.
groovy funk records for like a bunch of 18-year-olds that are just like want to hear bangers. Like I don't know, the DJ side of me was like, no, like I want to like
Right.
I want these people to have fun. I don't really care if. So it was kind of this, like, it was great and everything, but it's like I had to compromise, and I wasn't really making much money at it.
Right.
And it was like, how much was it actually helping our project? Probably not a ton. Like, we would get some fans, but then we would get fans that thought our DJ set was kind of what we did. And it was just like, I kind of botched it a little bit, to be honest.
Right.
But I also didn't want to get on stage and play like the shit I really wanted to play and just have a group of kids just
Have it bomb.
staring at me like, what do we do? Like,
Right.
where's the drop?
Did you guys ever think about or do any live shows with all the gear that you guys have and skills?
No, I mean, we really should have. We never kind of got it together.
It's tough. It's another whole thing.
Yeah, it's another whole thing. And that's kind of a shame too, because Ollie's a really incredible player, and he's been in bands, and like he's an incredible bass player, incredible keyboard player. So we could have done something, but it just, I don't know, it just never came to fruition. I didn't learn Ableton until like last year, so that would have
Right.
been a good start, having some kind of
Oh, is that not like possible in Pro Tools or Logic? So this-
like, I think the classics guys use Pro Tools, which is just like, I don't even understand how they do it
for
but,
live. Interesting.
for live, yeah, it's like it's not popping, not popping.
Right. Well, let's talk about. How the technology. Like you. So you were what in your first year on Ableton? It looks like, right? Or it sounds like not looks like.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's been over a year now, but
And it seems like your streams, which for anyone that, if anyone's on the stream and doesn't watch your streams, I don't know why they'd be here, but thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
You're streaming a lot within Ableton, and like, how is that whole world? Like, is that typically how you go about when you're like write a record? Like, is this? I mean, you're pulling back the curtain here, kind of. Disclosure's doing it, but you're doing it first.
Yeah, a little bit. I think, I don't know. There's definitely something different about like trying to make music live in front of people. Where I don't know. I feel like I maybe approach it a little differently because I can tend to really like. I think it might be a good thing though because I tend to really like micro dissect certain elements of a song and like I'll sit and spend like 2 hours on the fucking drums or whatever, which maybe I wouldn't do on stream because like
Right.
no one wants to see that.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a different way of kind of making music, and I actually really like it because it's closer to maybe being in the room with someone. Like if you're in the room with a writer, like someone who does top line or does lyrics or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and actually having to create something on the spot, it's very much the same. Where it's kind of like, okay, try to make something quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's good,
Mm-hmm.
I'll spend a little more time on Twitch, but like, dude, those writing sessions, it's like the beat has to be done like fast,
Mm-hmm. That's
It's like you do it quick and they write a song to it and it's either good or it's not, but I kind of equate it to that where it's that same kind of pressure where there's it's not really pressure, but it's a muscle that you have to like work out or you're just going to forget how to do it,
I mean, I think there's definitely pressure, especially if it's the first time you're working with someone. They're like,
Yeah.
maybe they've got some cuts under their belt, and so you're like their 10th session that week or something, and you're like,
Yeah.
cool, right? I mean, I think when I came over to Pulse and visited, you were pulling out these different folders of like beat, whether it's just drum loops or like just chords and stuff, and that was my first time seeing. I'd never thought about that approach to making music. It's just quick, right? I mean, it almost like your own sample library. This is before we were like Spice was really popping.
Yeah.
That is interesting though, because I feel that, and I think maybe it's just the type of people that I'm working with. Often I just keep shit really simple, and I'm like, yeah, I'll kind of like, I'll literally be like chords and bass line, get an arrangement. If I get too fancy, sometimes I'll be like, well, it's not going to be this stupid, or it's going to be better. You know what I mean? I think now there is the pressure to work faster, but
Yeah.
what was like a session that you had where, like, have you ever gone into a session been like kind of more intimidated by the artist or the top liner, and just like
Yeah, I
had to
mean,
power
pretty
through?
much every pretty much every time. I think, yeah, I mean, there's been times like, yeah, where I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like I'm not worthy, But then a lot of times it just kind of works out, and it's also knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, and who you're working with, and
Right.
and when a track is good enough to move on and actually write a song over it and not overproduce it. And I mean, like you said, like a lot of times you're like, okay, I'll lay down something simple, and then like later we'll go in and make it crazy. And it's like a lot of times you're like, no, it's actually better because it's simple,
Yeah.
At least for like certain types of records, and obviously like pop records, I think are better if they're really simple and clean,
With some of your bigger, like kind of high profile collabs, were a lot of those like in the room? I know you did the co-pro with Diplo. Like, what was that experience like?
Yeah, that one was, I never even saw Diplo for that one. That was just kind of a demo that they sent me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just kind of took it from there and did my thing with it, The track was kind of like a Kavinsky vibe kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think it was Paul Devereaux that hit me up about that and was like, you should jump on this. Like you could kill this, So I, did that. But yeah, I was never in the room with him for that one.
So with now Oliver is just one person, and how does that affect? Like, do you think the records that you're going to be releasing? I imagine you've got a few albums worth, but you probably have maybe one thing in mind. Like, what can we expect from Oliver?
Yeah, as far as like releases, I don't know, man. Like I do want to put out music, but I also don't want to be an artist. So it's kind of a weird thing. Like I don't want to do shows. I don't want to do.
You don't
any
have
of-
to do the shows. I mean,
I don't want to be on a label. I don't want to do any of that shit, you know?
put on a mask. I'll do the shows for you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm super down to put out music, but yeah, I just don't know, man. I don't know. I have other goals in mind, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like if I was like putting that stuff out, it would just be like, cool, you put out some like cool track that gets, you know, a few listens on Spotify, but like, what's the point, really? You know?
So what is okay? So this is something that I
Sounds weird, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, it's same with DJing. I kind of like, I have my eye on like kind of bigger things, you know?
yeah. So where's
In
the
my-
bar? What are those some of those bigger things?
I want like, dude, I want like a hit record. Like, that's what I want. You know?
Right.
I want a big fucking song that like is big. That's what I want.
You just want to hear it like
Be quite-
out of people's
it doesn't-
out of people's radios and like in the store
Yes, dude, I
and then
want
in the
that
movie.
in a- Exactly.
I fuck with that.
Yeah, I want to have a song that actually, you know, sets me up for some kind of future in music. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm kind of, you know, I'm not fully focused on that right now. Like that's always in the back of my head, and I'm just hoping maybe one day something organically happens and I get a great opportunity, or just, I don't know. I feel like that's like hitting the lottery though. So that's why I'm doing other things and diversifying and, you know, doing stuff like Splice, and I don't know. It's kind of like balancing that big goal that I have in mind with
Mhm.
just like having fun in the studio and nerding out and
Mm-hmm.
streaming and like, you know, teaching people and sharing and doing all that stuff. It's like balancing all that stuff, I guess.
Yeah. How has the Splice experience been for you, and has it changed over time since, you know, before you agreed to do your first one, and now you know the first one obviously was really well received, and like at the said it was one of the top selling packs of all time. They're in the top 5. Like, how is that approached? How has that has it affected like your opinion of like, you know, the use of samples, or like just talk
Yeah,
about
I mean,
the whole
I've always been someone who's used samples. I mean, I come from a hip hop background, so
thing. Right.
I mean, it's, you know, obviously much different now, but back then it was all sample based, right? It was, you get a loop from an old jazz soul record and put like
Think break
Gull
over it.
Snaps drums over it or
Wow.
whatever the fuck it was back then. But so I've always been a fan of samples and like creative use of samples and uncreative use of samples, you know,
Right.
right? It's all good. Is that if the end product sounds good, then I'm a fan of it. So yeah, so it felt pretty natural to me to try something like that. It's something that I always kind of wanted to do, because I was always making samples, at least like, you know, making drum loops and you know, whatever, recording synth through like a tape delay and just recording like a bunch of weird sound effects. Like I was always collecting those things and
Okay.
using them on my own records anyways.
Right.
So it kind of felt like a natural thing to just like sell them. And then, you know, Oliver was kind of like, the album came out and we're not touring, nothing's going on. I was like, okay, I think people might actually want these sounds, so let's just do it, you know?
Do you have any like hesitation around, you know, if there's a lot of Oliver sounding some more than others, right? But if someone
Yeah.
makes an entire album from Power Tools 1 and 2, it's going to sound like a version of you. You know, like how do you sort of is it something even crosses your mind, or are you just like, cool, like, you know, does it
Yeah,
reconcile
I mean,
the
I
two?
knew that would probably happen, and honestly, if it wasn't happening, then I'd be like, oh, I would kind of be disappointed. You know?
Right.
Yeah, because like I don't know, it just means like, okay, well, there's something there that people like, and
Right.
you know, and I guess it's flattering in a way. It's also like, I don't know, man, it's cool. I don't really have anything against it, you know, but you know, you'll hear certain records, and every once in a while there's like, oh, did Oliver produce that? And
Right.
to me that just means like, you know what, I actually have a sound like that people can recognize.
True.
Which is like, I never thought I would have that. So that to me, that's cool, where they're like, that kind of sounds like an Oliver thing. I'm like, cool,
True.
that's great. You know, I think as a producer, that's always, you want that, you know,
Mhm.
you want someone to hear your track and be like, that sounds like them. They did that for sure. And then they look at the credits and you did it or something. Like, that's dope to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think part of that is also a bit of not the split, but there is a difference between like an artist and like a producer. And obviously with SoundCloud and stuff, a lot of the two kind of became the same thing. But if you
Yeah.
have, let's say Daft Punk made a pack or a couple packs, and they're like, here you go. Like, do you think?
Yeah.
To me, I'm not sure that I would love that. Like, I don't want there to be a Daft Punk pack.
Oh, there never will be, so you don't have to worry about
No,
that.
but you know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah,
just
no, I feel you.
the difference there.
Yeah, I guess there's. Listen though, like I jumped at the opportunity,
Mhm.
and I didn't give a shit what people thought about it. I was just like, I want to do this because it looks like fun, and sure enough, now like it's totally fine to do a pack.
It's totally fine to do.
Like Boys Noise and like all these other Mr. Waz, like all these people that I thought in a million years would never do that. are doing
Truth.
it. So I think it's fine, but I get what you're saying. You know, it's kind of like that would be weird if Daft Punk put out a sample pack. That'd be fucking weird as shit. I wouldn't touch any of those sounds. I'm not
That's-
using any of those. I don't even
Yeah.
want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it.
So
I feel like if they did a sample pack, it would just become like an album. Like you would just listen to it like an album. Like
Right.
oh, fucking ARP loop. Oh my god.
the demo would just get extended and bootlegged.
Yeah.
Uh,
Unless it sounded like RAM. In that case, I would just delete
flush it down
you
the
know?
toilet. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. So Random Access Memories wasn't your favorite Daft Punk record?
No, not even close, dude.
Just getting that on the record here.
Yeah, bottom. That's low tier. Like if we were doing a tier list of Daft Punk albums, and I'm right too. So any of you who say that's a top tier Daft Punk album, or you don't get it, dude. You
So-
don't fucking get it.
I don't know if this is like something you've talked about at length. I've seen you mention it once or twice. Our mutual friend Goldroom was telling me that he thinks that they were actually ahead of the game because now we have a lot of this live music instrumentation coming back in the last, let's say half decade or whatever.
What is he talking about? What live instrumentation?
The
What?
Nile
What
Rodgers.
song? Name one song.
Nile does a couple songs.
You?
What is your favorite? What's your favorite record on RAM?
The Panda Bear one. I think it's Panda Bear, or what's the one?
Is that the da 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 da? No, it's not that one.
The one that sounds like they made it in 10 minutes. That's the best one on there.
Right. I think I can't remember.
Because it sounds like a Daft Punk record, kind of. You
Got
know?
it.
I like the Marauder one, like half of it.
Right.
I mean, listen, it's still Daft Punk. It's still like incredible, I guess. But
It's
also, yeah, I don't know. It's like, you know what? Prince made a lot of stinkers, you know?
that's true.
He made a lot of stinky records, and who
If-
cares? The other records are so fucking good. It doesn't matter.
If you make a lot of records, I mean, I was finally like trying to do a dive on Stevie's stuff. And
Ram release day is on par with the day Trump got elected. Oh my god.
well, Rylan with the inflammatory
I kind of felt the same way, honestly. I don't know, dude. You know what it is? It's like
incitement to riot.
it's kind of hard being. I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like to be them, but like they're on such a pedestal. Like for people like me, that like they're the ones that got me into that music. So it's like,
Right.
how could they ever live up to these expectations? You know. So we'll cut them some slack. They made Discovery and Homework, so that's good enough for me. You know.
People have a different level of reverence for the Alive tour videos, which I still have never watched. And I'm like, cool. My imagination of it is
That
probably.
show, dude. Oh my god.
Should I watch it?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I'll watch it. Like,
I went to the show in Seattle. I was lucky enough to go to that, and it was just. I mean, man, everyone followed suit after that. You know, that was the first show like that. The DJ being the big,
right,
part of the show, and the lights and the visuals and everything.
right.
I mean, it wasn't like it was groundbreaking. Like it wasn't the first time something like that was done, but I guess just the way they did it, man, it was so stylish, and the way they blended the fucking music together is unbelievable. Like still,
Right.
you listen to that live album, it's insane. It's fucking ridiculous, you know?
I wonder if around saying they're the best band. Oh, he's just trolling at this point. One more
turn
time
up.
was
Use
hated.
on your OTT.
Prime
My God.
time. It's Okay, so
OTT, bro. You put it to 100%.
100% and put 8 of
I'm
them.
getting OTT questions in chat.
Yeah,
This is
we're gonna ignore most of the OTT questions today. This is not that. Save those for Vaughn's stream. But
I gotta just not look at Ryland's comments because that's just gonna derail every time.
yeah, I need a mod. Should we mute Ryland? Can I mute a former guest on?
Come on,
I don't have a mod. Maybe Nina can be my mod. I saw her in here.
DLG is a quality mod, dude.
Yeah, DLG's putting in that work. No,
Yeah.
I think here's the thing is like if you make a lot of records, you're gonna make some stuff that not obviously you're gonna make some stuff that not everyone likes. You're gonna make them stuff that's all
Yeah.
bad too.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you get this question, but up and coming producers will be like, how do you write a bunch of originals or like have a cohesive body of work? And at least I don't know what you say, but for me is like I just made a lot of bad music, and unfortunately some of it came out. I wish some of it didn't come out, but that was the only way forward.
Yeah, man, that's just part of it. And I think anyone who's, like you said, like young producers that are maybe a little bit intimidated to put stuff out, it's a little bit of both. You have to make sure it's worth releasing. It should at least sound good, like
Right.
mix wise and stuff, so it's not like just garbage on your speakers. But I mean, that's just part of it, man. You got to like put yourself out there, man. A lot of the stuff that people like that I did, like I was completely unsure if it was good or not, and that's just part of it. You got to put yourself out there.
Now, from the artistic, we touched on this, and you did some because you went to school or like you were doing a lot of graphic design. Like before, I know you're doing like flyers for some of the parties like up in Van, and then like the Oliver stuff has always been super clean and tight. All the mixtapes. Is that something that you connected with all the music that you were making? Like with the Oliver project, it seems to be a certain way, and like because it seems very important now. But was that intentional?
Yeah, it was definitely intentional. Like I was always into. Before I got into music, I was actually really into illustration. Not so much design, but I always kind of. Yeah, I was always into drawing and stuff like that, so it was kind of natural for me to pay attention to that stuff. And I think a lot of the records that I liked growing up, and there was always a strong visual component to it, and I just was attracted to records that fucking look cool. The cover looks cool, it's
Right.
inviting, it's like intriguing. You're like, I don't know, I think that's kind of not overlooked, but I think a lot of upcoming artists don't pay as much attention to that as they should, because I think it's really important. And it can be it's part of branding yourself, and like your music has to be distinct, but also there should be a cohesive kind of look to it and aesthetic, and something for people to grab onto, and a consistency, like with the Kitsune thing, right? All the records had a format. They all looked
That's right.
they looked very collectible. And
Right. Oh shit. Hello.
it paints a picture as much as the music does, the visual aspect. When you look at it, you're like, okay, it kind of gets you into a zone,
Right.
Whereas the cover is thrown together and it looks like some shitty Photoshop, I'm going to be like, these guys don't care about the way their records sound. Because look at the fucking cover. It looks like shit. That's the way I look at it, man. I do. I really do.
Right.
But, that's not always true. There's a lot of amazing records that have not the most incredible artwork. But to me, that's the first thing that gets me, where I'm like, that fucking looks cool and I want to hear it,
So when it came to like the album or your first EPs, the Oliver stuff, were you sort of thinking about that world, or when does the cover art come? Some people use mood boards to for this stuff.
I mean, I don't consider myself to be a great graphic artist. Like I have very minimal knowledge of Illustrator and Photoshop, just enough to get by, and I don't really do that stuff anymore. But I was always thinking about that, and I would kind of just do like collages, honestly. Like I would collect a bunch of like weird random images and maybe do some stuff in Illustrator and try to tie it all together. But I always thought
Like a
about it.
Pinterest.
Yeah, basically. And
Before, yeah.
I don't know, actually one of my favorite ones is I think it's I Need You. the cover for that. Doesn't make any fucking sense, but
Here, I'm gonna pull that up right now.
yeah, let me see.
That
if
was
I
a
can find it.
freebie. That was like a SoundCloud freebie.
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
one was never even really released, but
Was it orange? No.
it's kind of got like a diamond in it in the middle.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Yeah, so I mean, I was kind of just like doing like collage stuff, and you know, back then I can't remember when that came out, but it was like, oh, I want it to look like a record with like the label on it, but not too distressed or I don't know.
I'm
I
just
just
trying
want
to
them
pull
to
the
look
image
like vinyl records, you know.
right. Yeah, I think
Um,
having
Shout out
enough.
to
Sorry, go
Rylan
ahead.
for doing. Now Rylan kind of does any design work that I have. He's just killing it on that stuff. So the Power Tools, the last one, he did the cover for that, which was all done,
Sick.
you know, from scratch.
Yeah,
And,
nice work, Ryland.
Fucking killed it. So shout out to Rylan.
I mean, I think that's part of the branding and the artistry is working with people that are like-minded or understand the vision and can help enhance, support, and then enhance that. Whether that is songwriters, your manager, someone that
Yeah,
does video.
That's ultimately where you want to get to, where you have a kind of a collective of people that you can trust will do that stuff,
Right.
do it well. Because yeah, back then I was just like, well, we have to write the music and I have to do the art and we're going to perform it and we're going to release it ourselves. We're going to fucking do everything, you know?
Right.
But at some point you have to, you know, let other people do that stuff, you know?
Do you have any side have you thought about like another side project to do completely different stuff?
I've thought about that for sure. Like maybe just like doing the alias thing where I just like kind of go off the rails and do something so different. And I've definitely fantasized about that a lot. But then I also think like ultimately I would probably do it and put it out and people would be like, oh, that's Vaughn did that. You know, like it would ultimately sound like everything else that I've ever done.
Right. You would have to not
yeah.
use your Vaughn racks.
Yeah, I know. I have to like, I don't know, do something completely fucking opposite, I guess.
So I don't know.
Lo-fi, trashy sounding drums and
Exactly.
break beats, like sample break beats or something. I don't know.
Just make some funky breaks.
Yeah, funky breaks.
They'll never see you coming.
Yeah.
I will say that in quarantine, I was feeling a bit stuck creatively, and then so I started listening to a bunch of like weird records, and I've mentioned this on other streams, but for whatever reason, it was you know this like I don't know how you say it, Xian, Xian. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, what is that?
It's like a subgenre of it's just like Christian psych rock basically from like the 70s.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Really religious stuff, but they made it for propaganda, obviously, or whatever you want to call it, and made them. A lot of them were really catchy and had like good arrangements or whatever.
Cool.
It had some budgets, and I was going all the way down the YouTube hole, which I know that you do sometimes.
Oh, love those
On the streams, and you were seeing also in these playlists like sometimes they weren't artists, they were like it'd be like Brookswood Band, and it would literally be like, because I think the guy whose playlist it was is from BC, and I didn't realize that there were high schools cutting like choirs cutting records and just issuing them in those years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
I mean those are I mean definitely in the States I think those are some of the most sought after records, is those like high school funk records and shit, you know, those like, or the indie gospel records that are like private press and
right.
You know, oh, what was the one that I was fucking tripping on? Well, I'll maybe dig it up later, but yeah, every once in a while I'll find a record like that where I'm like, and I don't mean a physical record because now it's fucking YouTube, baby.
Right.
We don't dig for records no more. We go on YouTube.
But I mean, it was great because it sort of unblocked me, and then I listened to those for nothing but that for a few weeks. Then I did some mushrooms and I made a bunch of shit that.
Oh, there
I was
it
like,
is. That's what it really was.
Yeah, well, maybe. So I thought it would help. Yeah, I thought it would help me see the Lord in another light. And I just like was like, no EDM, like no fucking 909 hats, no whatever, none of this 808s,
man.
909s,
Dude,
right?
that's like the best thing you can ever do if you're stuck like that is to just go down the rabbit hole of looking for weird, interesting music and finding something that kind of like sparks something, you know?
Right. Are you
You'll
listening?
listen to all that stuff and you'll be like, whoa, what was that? You'll hear something in it, maybe like a certain sound or maybe a chord change that you're like, whoa, that was actually really interesting and cool. And then bring it into your own music, you know? That's kind of what it's all about.
Exactly. Yeah. Is there anything that you've been listening to lately that's inspiring you?
Not really. I mean, I do the same thing. I'll just go on YouTube and just like dig for hours and try to find something.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, man. Like, and you've been around long enough too, where it's really tough for me to find something that I think is like interesting, or like that really like gets me excited. Like,
Right.
and a lot of times, like I just discovered Keith Jarrett like a couple weeks ago.
I don't know who that is.
So he's like a solo pianist that
Okay.
just does
Jazz and classical.
improvisations.
Okay.
Basically, he's really famous for that, like just getting on and just playing and just coming up. Like he's fucking insane. Like
Huh.
it's just absolutely insane. But yeah, every once in a while there's some. I mean, it's just stuff like that. I don't know. It's really all over the map, and then I listen to all the new pop stuff too, just to see what's going on, and I love French pop records, and I don't know. Honestly, most of it is just like YouTube and like even this morning I was like watching a bunch of like Frank Zappa stuff
Right.
and trying to figure out why people like Frank Zappa because I don't understand it at all.
Was that
Like, have you ever done that? You're like, okay, people talk about this shit a lot, and then you go listen, you're like, I just don't fucking get it.
that sounds like a
Like
fun
the Zappa
YouTube
stuff,
channel.
like because I know like George Duke played keys for him, and like there's all these amazing musicians.
Right. I didn't know that.
This is literally the worst music I've ever heard. In my life.
Okay.
So fucking trash.
I'm gonna go and find some like fire Frank Zappa records. It's gonna be. I
Oh,
can't
there's
like, name
definitely
one.
there's definitely fire Frank Zappa
Mhm.
for sure. But there's a lot of these like comedy kind of things where he's just like talking and like it's just like makes me feel so weird.
See, I don't know if that's a like how people are wired in their genetics. I'm not really one for music with comedy. I think I stopped.
Oh, neither am I, dude.
Okay.
I think it's unless it's like I'd fuck with like some Weird Al records back in the day, but
That's
like
what I was
to
gonna
me,
say.
it's not funny. It's like fucking disrespectful, dude.
Right.
But yeah, he's right. Zappa isn't funny. I guess it could be like considered
Okay.
funny. I'm not laughing for one, but Zappa got breaks. Yeah, sure. I'm sure he's got drum breaks, and he has like incredible musicians on all those records.
Right.
Sure, I'm sure he's one of those artists where it's like, well, you just listen to his top 5 songs. You didn't go through his fucking catalog, and I'm just like, well, if I didn't like his top 5 songs, I'm not gonna deep dive on it.
He's got no time. Yeah. Yo, there's too much like music out there to dive into to waste time on. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
the stuff that I like is same. Like you got into this kind of weird, obscure kind
Yeah.
of genre, right? And it's like that's usually what I do is I'll find one thing and then like go hard. Like I'll find, oh, I love this record. Who produced it? And then just go through everything that they ever put their hands on.
Right.
And that's how I find a lot of stuff that I like, I guess. But,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah, as far as I don't really sit and like listen to music that often, to be quite honest.
I don't
usually-
either.
I listen to like talk podcasts and I don't know, but if I am listening to music, it's like some weird shit that I found on YouTube, like some, like I was listening. I guess I've been listening to like jazz stuff for some reason. It's just fucking weird, but
It is interesting to go down that route of because you're self-taught with all these chords. I see that question pop up a lot, like how do you get these chords? And you'll talk about the gospel videos, which is something that we've discussed.
Yeah.
And it's like you kind of go all the way over there, and you're learning it, and you're like, this is really cool. And then you got to come all the way back because then you're like, I can't use. Some of this is just like so out there. It's amazing, but you're like, how do I apply it to my-
There's like literally like there's like 3 moves in like gospel stuff that you can actually use on like pop records, or just whatever. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Dude, people can't write songs to like fat, 10-note voicing chords. Like, you
Right.
just can't.
There's no space for it in the mix either.
What are you going to sing in there? There's nothing left. It's all taken up, So that's kind of what I'm learning now is it's like, you know what? It's okay to be a bit more simple with the chords because people can actually write a song to it,
Right.
Can we talk about Vaughn's passion for bro step? Oh God.
Is that
Okay, we're
like
getting deep.
Scream? No. Who is Bro Step? The guy that got canceled.
Bro step is Scream is definitely. I think he's
Scream
the
is?
opposite of bro step. He's like an OG, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Bro
yeah.
step's still a thing. I don't even know. I guess it is. We don't have to talk about. Let's not talk about shit that I don't like.
That-
This will go on for days.
Yeah. There's man. All these questions are just rolling in. Sorry guys. I gotta scroll back. Can we talk about? Oh, what's the GoFundMe?
I think someone started a GoFundMe because I was like, I want a Jupiter 8, and someone started a GoFundMe. So definitely do not donate to that.
You're not an Arturia guy. I bought it and deleted it like a long time ago. I don't Bro Step. Okay, we're not talking about Bro Step. You got a playlist? Yeah, if you've got a playlist of stuff, but I'm not going to ask you to put out. It's playlists
What's
are
that
a
a
private
playlist?
thing. I don't know what the play. I think it was an inspiration playlist. It just said someone said plug your playlist. Is what Matt Cut Corners said.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, that might be. Maybe that's. There's a playlist that I posted in my Discord. That's just personal heat. It's
just
called.
personal.
It's like stuff I like or stuff I'm listening to right now.
Dope. We'll have to if someone wants to send that over. I don't know what the deal is with the links in the chat.
Low key, we just sent in all like bro step playlist, right?
Oh my god.
Some shit I've been listening to, Skrillex from like 2012.
I'm
The godfather of that whole era, right?
the whole algorithm thing. Someone was telling me today is not actually, or at least with the Spotify one, is not like related artists. Is not doesn't have anything to do with sonically, but it's about how many. And I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. If it's just how many playlists, like shared playlists, you're on. So if you and I are on, is that just common knowledge?
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Because sometimes I'm like, ugh, like these artists aren't even like making music anymore.
Yeah, I just had a random thought, but do you think dubstep dudes are actually kind of pumped for the COVID thing because they get to wear like black like masks, like gas masks, and that's like what they're, you know what I mean? Like I feel like they're low key pumped about that.
Right. But
They
then
get
a lot of
masks,
their
or you get the mask that has like skull teeth on it, like that just like blends into your face. Like I feel low key they're actually excited that they get to do that.
But I feel like their offers for shows are going to be in anti-mask places if we're going to go down this road.
Yeah,
So then
true,
it's political
true.
if they're wearing. This is not a political
What
chat.
kind of mask do you wear, by the way? This is mine.
Oh, I got one.
Standard.
Of those. Yeah, I got a.
No, zero flavor, dude. Just fucking basic. Yeah.
I had one in my pocket. Yeah, I was wearing one. The Thai restaurant near me had theirs done up, and I was like, "Yo, this is sick!" Like you did.
Oh,
You
this
went
is-
and did that.
This is kind of the vibe. Who was the guy? Dr. Finkel, or what was the guy who played in like? That's probably not his name, but the guy who played in Prince, the keyboard player.
I don't know the names of the players.
Or one of these. So now I feel like I'm in good company with this shit.
Did you? Okay, so
Anyways, enough of that.
do you remember the first time you saw Purple Rain?
The movie?
Yeah. Have you seen it?
I saw
You
it. I didn't see it when I was young. I saw it probably in like 2007 or something. Like late. I was late to the game on that.
I was late too. I watched it for the first time on a plane, and I was like, one of those. It has a couple moments when you're like, it's just not cool in 2020 or not 2020, but 2015 or whenever I watched it, right? And I was like,
Yeah.
there's some violence against women. They put an ex-girlfriend in the dumpster. I was like,
Oh,
yo.
shit. Yeah, that was like a standard move back then, right?
yeah. It was like 84. I was like,
no one even blinked in either. Just like, yep, that's what you do.
this was what you.
Trash where they belong.
Fuck, it was, I was lucky that the flight attendant was like tapping on the shoulder. They were like Purple Rain, and I was like, thank God you know like what this is. You don't think I'm just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this. This is my propaganda. Like,
And it's crazy how much like shit changes. Like I was even watching like Fresh Prince the other day, and I was
Mm.
like, "Fuck, man, you couldn't get away with like half of the shit in this." And it's fucking Fresh Prince.
What
It's pretty.
I don't
know?
remember what they did that was like offside.
I don't know, just like little things that you're like, you couldn't get away with that now.
Hmm. It's
You know,
that was
like even Hillary, the character Hillary, right?
right.
This dumb bimbo kind of gold digging. Like it's like none of that shit flies anymore. You know.
That's
The good old days.
that is
That show's actual flames, though, dude. Shit holds up.
dude. Yeah, and then having Quincy behind all that. I know. I saw
What's
some.
behind that? Wait.
It was like he was the one of the producers,
Oh,
and
of course it was.
I don't know what other context. Imagine you've seen his Netflix.
Yeah. Someone's saying The Office can't get away with those jokes anymore either. Yeah, it's like, dude, is comedy about to just be completely dead? Like, I feel like comedy's getting canceled too in the process.
I mean, comedy's got to change, right? Like, I guess let's talk about like
Uh,
not music for a second. Like we
I'll
can
talk about design. That'd be awesome.
well, like we can yeah exactly. Like we can make music in a vacuum, but people are still like kind of living life, or they're trying to. But comedy's tough because it like if I guess it's cyclical. Like you can talk about dating in a COVID world maybe, but what like is your day to day like changing up, or are you like going out to some of these open? I don't know where you live, but like are they starting to open up over there? Because here I'm in Culver, and like we've got a lot of open air stuff now, so it's kind of like
Yeah, yeah.
Coming
There's
on?
yeah. I went to a restaurant like last week
Mhm.
in Silver Lake, Black Cat actually, which is like shout out to them because they're fucking
I've
their
heard.
burger is like unbelievable. But yeah, a lot of those places are kind of opening up on like they're opening up their parking lot and putting seating outside and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice. It's a little taste of the past,
Right.
I guess. Get to kind of do something slightly normal. But yeah, day to day is just like go to the studio, come home. I got a new dog, so got
Yeah.
this
What's
little guy.
what's up with the dog? Is he in there? She?
Little boy. Here, Oscar.
I haven't seen on the stream, so I thought maybe you're a pet free studio.
Drink it in, dude.
Oh, you need some new emojis. Who is this?
This is Oscar.
Oh, Oscar, what's up?
Yeah.
He's so cute.
What's up with that? Piece of shit.
How old is Oscar?
He's like 8 months.
So you're in the training zone.
Yeah, I guess I should train him, right? That's probably a good idea. I haven't. It's crazy. Like the first week I got him, he broke his leg,
Oh,
and yeah, which is a big deal. He had to get surgery for it, and it's like
Ooh.
I can't really train him. I guess I'm trying, but I don't know.
you had the insurance already?
No, because the insurance the insurance doesn't kick in for like 15 days. So I just got slapped with this fucking fat medical bill, just like right off the rip. Like day 5, it was just like, oh, okay, cool.
That's why you're asking what people want in Power Tools Volume 3.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck it. Yeah, they do. Pay for fucking Oscar, dude.
Yeah,
Jeez.
GoFundMe. Oh man, that's well. Now you're in it. I mean, that's only like what a decade, maybe 12. Buddy here is like 10 years old, but
Yeah,
he pays bills.
it actually dawned on me like after we got him, like, oh yeah, they live to be like teenagers, kind of, right?
Shit, if they're happy.
Yeah, hopefully he does. But that was a big move. A lot of my friends were bugging me to get a dog for years, so and I always loved dogs, so I was like, okay, let's do it. So yeah, doing that, and that's pretty much it, man. I don't know, chilling at home, coming to the studio, streaming, and there's starting to be more on the music side. There's starting to be more. People are starting to open up the studios a little bit more.
Right.
Obviously, very kind of measured and following the proper protocols and all that. But yeah, there's starting to be actual sessions now.
That
Kind of here. Some people are doing them, so
that's,
we'll see. I'm gonna start getting into that.
I wonder how that's going to go. I got a text message from this artist that I just linked up with, and he was like, I'm coming to LA in a couple weeks to link up with some
Yeah.
producers. And I was like, really? He was like, you want to link up? I'm like, I can't. I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to be the guy that says no. But that's interesting because, I mean, someone's bringing you out here.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you're like,
Yeah,
kind of want to, but also like, all it takes is one time to fucking get sick, and then
yeah, it's tough.
I don't know, just don't like my odds there.
It's a tough one.
Gotta stay safe, I guess.
Yeah.
The only way to get through this thing, I guess.
Do you think have you gone back to Canada like to I guess are your folks up in the Okanagan? Your family and
Yeah,
stuff?
my folks still live in the Okanagan. So I usually go back every summer,
Okay.
at least for a couple weeks or to visit. And I wasn't able to do it this year because there was the travel ban and stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't been back for quite a long time now, since I guess Christmas or something. So this is the longest I've been without going home. Because and then I have a lot of friends in the Vancouver area that I like to see too. And,
Yeah.
yeah, it sucks, man. I really want to go home,
Yeah, I'm gonna
When this thing
go back.
first started, sorry to interrupt, but
What's
like
that?
I don't know if you had the same thing where it was like I was actually really kind of scared at the very beginning there.
Right.
I think what tipped it for me is like I did what you're never supposed to do, and I watched I think an Alex Jones piece of an Alex Jones broadcast
Okay.
shortly after the shit was really starting to hit the fan, and I was just like got so paranoid. I was like, oh, this is the end of the world, and I was just like, fuck, I want to go back to Canada now, please.
Right.
Please. It's like, Mom, can I come home and stay with you, please?
Right. And you just
It's
have to.
scary. It's getting real scary down here.
I had a ticket to leave, and then
And
on the
obviously
day I didn't
riots and
leave.
stuff, dude, that shit was like a block away from where I live. Like that shit was scary, dude.
Which thing?
The riots and shit.
Hmm.
You know?
Oh, I
Like-
probably wasn't. I was in the mix. So it was like showing out at a bunch of those until I was like, okay, it's enough tear gas.
Oh, did you go to the protests and stuff?
Yeah, I was at a couple of the first big ones, and we had my roommate's girlfriend who drove us there. We went to the big march up where they were doing the march from the park over towards Beverly Hills. I don't remember what street it was,
Yeah.
but then and the cops had blockaded it off, and it started to get really heaty. There were people climbing up the lampposts and whatever, and the tear gas started coming out, and it was like, oh, we gotta go, but the car is right in the middle of where the crowd is now, and then I was like, we'll just take a car out of here, it's fine, you got insurance, whatever. And my roommate was like, no, you get the car, and so he went and slowly drove out, and I jumped in the car, and people were kind of making way for us.
Yeah.
Really, they were really considerate, and then pretty much as soon as we all got in the car and started driving back away from it, it was just black clouds of smoke behind us. There was that was when they said that the crowd had set the cop car on fire. That was what that was. It was in our rearview mirror. It was like a movie.
Oh, wait, was that on
Sunset?
Fairfax? and
Fairfax, yeah, exactly.
Melrose or something? Fairfax and Melrose? And
Yeah.
then people were like, it was planted there. and,
Exactly.
that's
That day, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I mean, listen, it was I was all for it because obviously things need to fucking change.
Right.
It's crazy that it's 2020 and we're still having these issues, but yeah, I was still just don't want to be in the mix down there when there's the looting. I don't know, because I grew up when the LA riots were happening and shit, and I saw that.
Right.
I remember seeing that shit on TV and just being like, holy fuck, Rodney King and the truck driver with the brick, and it was all just really scary, but
We had the Stanley Cup riots too, so I don't know. Those are stupid. It's
oh,
not
the Stanley Cup, yeah, those are just
fucking
a bunch
Canadians.
of meathead frat boys just getting mad that their team lost because
Yeah.
newsflash, their fucking team loses every time, dude. They blow it every time.
So for those that
There was two, right? There was the Canucks.
was there two?
Finals. There was the Canucks in the finals, and
Uh-huh.
then there. Wait, it was all Canucks related, was it not?
I'm thinking of that one time when we were I think they lost to New York or something, and then there was an iconic shot of a couple lying on the ground,
Oh yeah, that's a great photo.
and they're the only two sane people amidst this a city of lunatics.
Yeah. Just leave it be a photo. Don't put some stupid comment above it.
Yeah.
I hate that shit. Yeah.
Lunatics. Are you gonna go? Are you thinking you'll be in LA for the long haul? I mean, we'll get to the demos shortly, but
Yeah.
I don't get to have this conversation that often. We've got some Canadians on. You've been here for a minute, Like,
Mhm.
would you go for you probably have your green card by now?
No, I don't. I don't. I still have a work visa.
Would you, like, do you think you'd be down here for the long haul, like green card, citizenship, then you can vote and all that
Um,
stuff?
it's kind of up in the air, man. Like I honestly like I've always envisioned going back to Canada at some point and then like just kind of retiring there or something. I don't know. But also like I've gotten so accustomed to living here and like
Mm-hmm.
even just I know it's like a super basic thing, but like dude, weather, like I think about like moving back to Canada and I'm like, oh yeah, it fucking rains every day and like there's snow and it like fucking sucks and it's cold and depressing. And I'm like, shit, I've kind of, maybe I'll stay here for a bit longer.
I'm gonna say
Um,
yes and no though, but like you're in the studio probably what, like 12 hours a day, like 6-7 days a week.
Yeah. But then, you know, on the other hand, I also kind of like weather. I miss like fall and like,
Right.
oh, it's the first like hot day of the year. It's actually kind of special, something to look forward to, you know? But that aside, yeah, there's just, it, especially with everything that's happening now, it definitely makes me kind of think about moving back to Canada a lot more, just being more grateful for what an amazing place it is compared to a lot of other places in the world, you know? Very
Yeah.
fortunate growing up there and
Yeah.
they got a lot of things right up there. I will say that.
I mean, you could you could get, get your Jupiter and build a nice studio on like the Naramata bench,
Dude, that's my dream. I'm telling you. Dude, so I was like just interested in like kind of what's available like real estate wise there and,
Yeah.
and like looking at there's a house in Naramata it's my fucking house, dude. I want it, dude. It's so expensive, dude.
That's because all vineyards now, right? So we're talking
Yeah.
about the Okanagan in BC for those that don't know what we're.
Yeah, it's some insane like 8-figure house out there, but it's just like the most beautiful thing you've ever fucking seen. Like the
Right.
view, ridiculous, dude.
I mean,
So that's my dream. That's my little dream. Move back to hometown and get like the fucking biggest crib, you know?
you get the crib, you're still getting paid in the USD, so that's always going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, at least with all the records and whatever
That's the dream,
splice
you know?
and royalties.
You have to have dreams. You have to have goals.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once you play around the world and like tour with Zed and stuff or whatever it is, I'm not not to, but like I think that's something I wanted to talk about really briefly. It's like kind of setting new goals, and that was something that I struggled with, just because I was kind of making. First off, I never wanted to become a DJ. I just kind of fell into it and was like, this is cool. I think I'll do it more. I love music. Buy more records. Same thing with production. I was like, oh, I like music. Let's try and be a little bit better. And like, how do you sort of set, once the first time you drop your full length or the first time, some of those bars, can you talk about like what some of those bars were for you where you're like, shit, I managed to finally do this, whether that's a major label deal or whatever.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole journey is about that. I mean, it started probably one of the first things was saving up enough money to buy turntables. When I was young and like I was like had these shitty turntables, like $50 turntables, but like saving up for a summer to be able to buy 1200s, which were like,
Yeah.
that's it. If you get 1200s, you're like official,
They're like $1,500 maybe.
And,
back then?
it started with little things like that, and
Yeah.
and dude, they're all huge moments, man. Like even like they're all huge at the time in my mind. I was like, oh man, like wow, this record, like people are actually listening to it, and getting stuff signed to Fool's Gold or Kitsune. Like these
Right.
are all like monumental, like big things for me. They're all a big deal,
Right.
And then it's like once you hit those kind of benchmarks, you naturally I have something else in the horizon that I'm kind of looking at and trying to get to, and sometimes I get to those places, but it's it can be small things. It's all part of the journey, man. But if you don't set those kind of new spots, and I mean even the Splice thing, I was like, I want to do this and I want this to be fucking
Awesome.
dude. I'm not gonna lie, like when I did those, I was like, I'm not gonna be happy if this isn't like number one and
Right.
just for a while. Like I was like, to me I would have been kind of not a failure, but I would have been disappointed,
Yeah.
I put all my effort into it and really tried, and I got lucky and it did well. So I don't know, it's just all about like
I mean, that's not luck. That's clear. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, it's. I mean, I
grinding
guess it's
out.
not luck. I definitely worked my ass off, but it could. There's plenty of other amazing shit on there that could have been
Right.
as successful. And
Right.
I don't know, man. Like it's, you just try your best, and sometimes your best is good enough. Sometimes it's not. You know.
That's well
But
said.
but yeah, it's, and once you hit these goals, it's like, do I keep, like people are like, when is volume 3 coming out? And I'm like,
Mm.
I'm not really sure. Like, do I do another one? Like, I've kind of like,
Said what you
I
need.
could, I guess, but like maybe there's something else that I should be doing that's kind of more challenging or more interesting to me. I don't know.
Right.
Um,
I think that's well put. Like reevaluating your priorities and your goals. Every
Yeah.
so often, short. Whether it's a few months or
and that, like I said, like they can be small, they can be large. It's good to have. I'm sure I'm not the first person to say this, but to have kind of like an end game, kind of like the most outrageous dream of where you think your life could end up,
Mm-hmm.
and then have these really small things that you can do on like a day-to-day basis,
Mhm.
and they don't have to be some huge, insane thing. That they should be things that you feel like you can accomplish. But yeah, sometimes you lose track of those goals too, and you're just like, I just want to live, and I want to just. I'm not feeling inspired. I want to be lazy and or whatever. That's totally fine too, especially now because everything's up in the air, and it's just a very strange time to be a human being in America. But
Right.
it is good to have those goals.
I think that right now, and this is in relation to a question from Dash in the chat. He was saying, how do you balance results oriented versus process oriented? I think for me, like in these times, it's really going back to process because I can win, my sort of battle with how to manage my time, the kind of records I want to make.
Yeah.
Where like maybe say results would be like, can I get this festival or this tour, whatever, sell X tickets, which is it's a little bit out
Yeah.
of your stuff. But do you think about process and how you approach things, or would you say you're more results?
Bit of both. I think there's a balance there. Sometimes I'm very like, okay, I want results from this, and other times I'm like, I want no results. I just want to like fuck around and. But I also think that stuff's really important. Like sometimes you don't need some crazy project that you're working on or whatever. Like right now, I'm just kind of, I'm doing things here and there, but I'm also just like, having fun, kind of experimenting and trying to learn new stuff, and that's important too. That's all part of it,
Yeah.
I guess. But yeah, I think having an end goal, like something to shoot for is super important, man. And like the more you think about it, the more you kind of like it becomes real, and it becomes attainable.
Yeah, there's a. So I'll tell you really quickly my short story about the first time I tried to have something signed to Kitsune way before I released anything with them.
Yeah.
I felt the same way about them. Like I don't think, or maybe it was Dirty Talk had already come out. Anyways, I think you guys had already released with them a little bit, and I was like,
Yeah.
just had a couple originals under my belt, and I think the Magician had like emailed me because he had just supported a bootleg or something I had done on a Magic Tape.
Oh
which
yeah, I
took-
remember that. That was like a really big.
It's a big moment
That was
for
a big deal. That was
yeah.
a big,
The Magic Tapes, right? Like, and those were a big thing, and I was like, cool. Like, maybe I can like continue to get better and start working with the label, whatever. So he was doing this compilation and was like, he was like, hey Pat, do you have any like originals, exclusives that I could use or debut on this upcoming compilation? And I was
Yeah.
like, no, but like I can make it happen. And he was like, can you send me something in 4 weeks? And at that point, I'd only ever taken like 6 months on something, right? It's like your early stuff. You're like, what the hell? This is all trash and takes a long time. And I was like, this is my one shot. This is my one chance to like do anything. Kitsune, there it is. And I printed out. I was like, I'm not going to do anything else this month, but work on this idea. And then I printed out a bunch of Kitsune logos just on a printer at work or something, and like stuck them all over my house, like in the bathroom, in front of my computer, beside my bed, just so that anytime I was not working on that track or this music, it would remind me. And then sent it to him, sent him the track, and he was like, cool, love it. and then a few months later they like canceled or postponed the compilation. I was like fucking gutted, but it was one of
Yeah.
those things, and I don't know that it wasn't until a couple years later I think that I had even linked up with them because I didn't have any interaction with them. But I think, like you said, like being single-minded, and not everyone's that way, but it can help to have the blinders on for like a specific thing that you're trying to accomplish in this.
Oh, absolutely, man. When you like laser, dude, if you like laser focus on something like that, it's yeah. I'm the same way, man. If I like really am laser focused on something, I can usually get it done, you know? But then there's also the thing about music is there's just so many other variables to music. It's a very magical, it's this thing that you're trying to control and harness and like grab, but it's not that. It's like magical. It's music's magic, and you can't really like grab it or put it in a jar and try to hold on to it. It's just like, so you can put in, it's not like any other job where you're like, it's like a skill-based job where you can like put in fucking hundreds of hours and get so good at. There's still this other variable that's sometimes unattainable.
It's
like
not
that.
deep sea
You know what I'm
welding.
saying? I don't know if I'm getting abstract there, but
No, yeah. If you're an electrician or like a deep sea welder,
exactly.
if you have
You're an
thousands of
electrician.
hours, you're gonna know it.
it's literally like, physics and science, and it's very like, there's not that like magical thing that's going to happen.
Right.
And that's what there is with music, man. Like, especially if you're getting like, you flukingly make a huge hit song, like there's something magical there. It's not like, the stars have to align and you have to be like blessed, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's why the process side, like if you're like, I'm going to write, X, I want to write X amount of ideas. I was in studio with an artist who's quite successful, and he was like, I bounce something every day into my iTunes. 8 bars, shit is 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and at the time I thought that was really extreme, and I was like, wait a second, that's a really good way to constantly be creating and getting all the garbage out, and then you go back and whatever, maybe you have something good in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's and that's part of it. Like, you have to be really prolific, and a lot of guys will make like 10 beats a day, and they just bang them out like so fast, and it's like sometimes that's the way to do it.
Right. There's two.
But yeah, it's like any other job, because even if I had stuck to illustrating and I was really into design or illustrating, and if I put in as much time as I did into music, it'd be insane. Sometimes I think about that, because I've definitely done my like 10,000 album hours. I've done well over that probably by now, but it's interesting to think about sometimes, like, oh, what if I'd taken this other path and put in the same amount of effort?
Right.
Like, where would I be? And you'd probably be in a similar position,
Yeah, it seems like you picked the right path just from where I sit, but from where we all sit. But I don't know. It's an interesting one. I think.
Well, it's and I'm fortunate to like I've gotten a certain amount of success. And to me that just means I've been able to make a living off of this for
right.
A certain amount of years, and to me that was always enough. Just to be like, dude, I get to do what I love and actually survive off of it and pay my rent. Like, what more could you want out of life?
Right.
So I do feel very fortunate. But then there's there's other people that are just so far ahead. But you can't compare yourself to other people, I guess. But I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought.
But clearly, we always do. It's hard to get away from.
Yeah, you can't. It's like a human thing, and I've always had kind of a competitive kind of mindset, and which I think sometimes is beneficial, and maybe sometimes isn't so great.
Yeah, it's funny because you'll see that music isn't a competition and stuff, and it's not supposed to be. As a producer, taking away the artistry. Like, you're like, okay, well, it is in many ways the technical side of it, which you can speak to, is like, how come my snares or kicks don't slap like that? Like, that's the competition for.
Yeah, for sure. But also that I feel like that's like changing a lot too, because I mean, even if you go and listen to a lot of big records now, it's not about how good your shit sounds. Like,
I love it. It gives me a chance, man.
I like it too. I like certain parts of it for sure, but I'm also like, fuck, man, like mix this thing. It sounds like fucking trash. Like sometimes it's upsetting because I'm just like,
Right.
that just sounds bad, dude.
Right.
Like whatever, like shit's like the certain bass notes are like not even in key or like shit.
Well, that
like,
fucks me up. Okay, there's no excuse for that. That's just some bad.
yeah,
work.
yeah, but sometimes that works, right? And they're like, no, that's what makes it fucking like street, dude. That's what makes it grimy. You're like, oh, I hate it though. They just tune it like fucking, whatever. But yeah, I guess that's not even really the sound. Like it's funny because I spent, obviously years trying to being really single-minded and like I want these things to sound like I want other people to be a little bit upset when they hear this record and be like, how the fuck did they do that? Like I had that mindset. It's not
Right.
like, I really was like, I want these to sound. I just want them to sound as good as I can make them sound. Is
Right.
basically what it was. And sometimes it worked. I can listen to some of those records and be like, it's way too overcompressed or just whatever. It sounds shitty. But now it's just completely flipped, and it's like kind of not about that. I mean, I guess it still is with maybe like
Some
dance
stuff.
records or club records, festival,
Mhm.
whatever. That's still a part of electronic music for sure. But for popular music overall, that it's just a complete shift.
Yeah.
Complete shift.
I agree 100.
Especially these hip-hop
And
records. They're supposed to sound like trash,
Oh.
which I'm just like, I can't. How do you let it sound like that?
you
So, that's
upload
part of
it to YouTube and then download it as a 128 and export it again.
Yeah, and then you're getting the ideal, and then you clip it in Fruity Loops, and then it sounds fucking hot.
I'm gonna say that it is interesting to hear you say that because I mean you can hear that it's not super surprising. For me, I'm chasing when I'm writing or trying to finish something off. I'm like kind of chasing. I'm chasing that feeling, whether it's being in the pocket or like
Yeah.
this change
It's
and like
really that's what it is a feeling.
I'm just
it's not about-
chasing that feeling.
You're chasing a feeling, yeah.
It,
And that's really that's interesting you said that because that's really what like at least my mixing process or when I'm actually like really like trying to dial in the sounds, it's all just chasing a feeling until I get that feeling where I'm like, oh, that just fucking hits right.
right,
That's perfect.
right,
Like until I get that, then I don't really stop.
right.
It like has to hit the right way. I guess that's a really good way of describing it because it's not a technical thing. It really isn't. It doesn't matter how you get there. It's until I get that feeling, I'm not gonna I'll try everything. Do I need to EQ this? Do I need to put a different sound in here?
Right.
Do I scoot this over and change the way it sits, like timing wise? Like whatever it takes. It's really not about that. It's about the end result.
Yeah.
Is it like smacking me in the face? Like, does it feel right?
Yeah.
Or is it grooving? Am I actually am I bobbing my head and dancing? Because if I'm not, then probably other people won't.
If you're at the end of it, after so many times, and and you're still moving your, nodding your head, and
Yeah, but it gets really challenging, right? That's
Yeah.
the challenge. Is sometimes to get a record to sound the way you want it, it takes a lot of time. Not always. Sometimes it's fast,
no,
but
it's fast.
when you're spending your whatever 7th full day on a thing, and it's hard to still be like bobbing your head to it when you've heard it 80 billion times.
Yeah, that's the stuff with deadlines that, and I think we'll get into the demos real quick here, but if I go in super hard on an idea the first day or two, then I'm like, yo, I know for me, I need to walk away for a day or two, then I'll come back and just get the fresh ears on it. Like I'm going to do some other stuff, and then I'm just
Yeah,
make
that's a really
checklist.
smart way to approach it because you can easily get fatigued on working on a song. Even just your ears you can just lose the plot entirely. So that's a natural and good thing to do. Is like maybe go hard on something for a day
Mhm.
and then just let it sit for a while and don't work on it the next day. Do something else. Work on this other thing that you started or start
Exactly.
something new or whatever. Come back to it. Your ears, you're just immediately going to pick up what's needs to happen with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're further away from it, so you kind of become the listener rather than the creator, or you become closer to the listener than, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because there is always that thing where it's hard to detach yourself from your own creation and actually be a listener. And how would people perceive this? That's another thing you try to chase, right? And that happens when you make something and put it away.
Right.
and forget about it for a while, and then you come back and you're like, this is actually really fucking good, or this sucks and I don't like it. You know, it's either one of the two.
Trash the file.
Yeah.
Or that, yeah. Also, like exporting. That's where exporting and not staring at the session while
Yeah,
you're trying
like
to.
I recommend that to any producers that are watching right now, is just always bounce your stuff out. You know, even if you spent 5 minutes on something, just bounce it out. Call it something original. You know, call like pickle juice like 123 or something.
Yeah.
Something, when you search it, you're going to be able to find it. Don't just
Mhm.
call it Untitled 3 or
Beat
whatever.
79. Yeah.
Like, call it something original and put it away, throw it in a folder, and then like one day you're going to be going through and you'll be like, oh, what is that? Like, I don't even remember making that, but it's kind of interesting. Maybe I can develop that.
Yeah.
So I'd recommend that, and then you're not wasting ideas, you know.
Absolutely.
Or some other artist might hear it. Someone might be in the studio with you, a singer or another producer, and be like, hey, what was that? Like, that was interesting, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you get that second opinion. Other people will have some crazy ideas, like halftime that or pitch it down or whatever it is. And then you know,
And I'm going back to, you know, working in the, you know, the state of COVID and stuff right now. That's one of the things I really miss, is just that collaborative. I really miss it, man. I really need that, you know. I can make beats myself all day, but like, it's really not as fun, you know.
right.
I feel like you just always get the best results, at least for me, when I work with other people. There's always, they're going to have a completely different idea than you, and you're like, oh, that's really cool. Or you'll play something that maybe you don't think is great, and they're like, that's cool, like, lay that down, you know. Like, I feel like I'm really missing that right now, you know, that collaborative kind of.
The complementary skills.
Oh man, it's the best, dude. Especially when someone has a completely different skill set than you. That's like, to me, that's the best. Like, if you're really beat driven and really like into chords and bass lines and stuff like that, and then you work with someone who's really melody driven.
Yeah.
And really, or maybe you're just whatever, you make like really awesome drum sounds or something, and then you link with someone who's amazing on guitar or keyboard. That's the best, because then you're just gonna come together and have something that's ultimately better than what you do on your own usually, you know.
I think that's great advice. So if we were to sum that up, maybe the takeaway would be something like, you know, embrace working or like creating with people that, one, that you fuck with, two, that might have some complementary skills or a slightly different approach.
Yeah, I would almost say like, the complementary skills, or maybe they're just into different types of music than you. I think that's like usually more interesting. Like, maybe they're not even they don't even know who Daft Punk is.
Right.
Or they're too young to know any of the fucking musical references you have, which is also really fun.
Right.
Like, if you're working with some 19-year-old songwriter and you kind of play like a disco-y track, they're not going to have any frame of reference of like, of what to write over that. So they might write something really fucking interesting, you know? Well, there's always that too, right? Like, maybe working with someone, that's just a completely opposite side of and I mean, ultimately those usually come down to personal like relationships too. Like, if you can't sit and have a conversation and make each other laugh and kind of, that's usually where the best kind of music stuff comes from, right? If you're in the studio and you're like, I don't really like this person that much, or, you know, then you're probably not going to get together. It's just doesn't, you know.
We're in the era of Zoom collabs, man. I had a couple sessions lately with someone who was like, she's just like laying down stuff quick, and I've never really been a remote collaborator like live like that. And I'm like, oh, yo, this is where I would kind of hem and haw on something and be like, oh, well, let me work on this sound a bit more. It's like, I can work on that later. Let's just keep it moving. Let's just track this part and like loop that, and it's like, oh, cool. Let's just keep it moving. Now we got a song all of a sudden. Okay, dope. That like, now it's just, you know?
Totally. Like, that's one thing I'm noticing too, is I move at like a snail's pace when I'm not doing that. Like, because you're you know, if you're making a beat or something, I tend to just overanalyze and like, does that sound right? And like, spend way too long. Then I'll spend like 5 hours making one like kind of basic sounding beat, you know. Whereas I would make the same thing in the studio with someone, and it'd be like pretty much the same thing, if not better, and it would be done in like half an hour, like done.
Yeah.
Like, done, you know.
The scratch
It's crazy how it works.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it's all about, yeah, you have a bit of like, you know, there's a bit of fire under your ass to actually like have some results. So you kind of, it's like makes stuff quicker, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
It just helps, man. It just fucking helps, you know. Like I'm sure if we got in the room right now, we'd bang something out really quick. Because you would play some chords and I'd be like,
Change
those are sick.
chords.
Lay them down, and you'd be like, no, well, what if we did this for some? I'd be like, no, that's perfect. That's fine. Shut the fuck up. Let's move on.
Right.
Go.
Right.
Like it's like, I love that kind of shit, dude. Where it's just like fast, you know.
There was so I hadn't worked with a lot of other producers, or I would say I still haven't worked with a ton of other producers like in the room compared to top liners. Like I love working with top liners. If I can just play and then I can augment and be like, you know, stack it this way or whatever. And but do you know who Louis Futon is?
Yeah, that rings a bell for sure.
Yeah, he does splice back. He's sick producer, and he was doing the
Oh,
series
stuff, yeah.
of bootlegs with their like collabs to do, you know, someone join him and do a bootleg of Flip James Blake or something, and that was fun because we drove out to we did like an Anderson .Paak flip when he dropped his album Oxnard. So we drove up to Oxnard, and we're out there trying to like, you know, get some inspiration, and he was running it on his computer, the session, and I knew what key we were in, and so I was just sitting, we were on Bluetooth, and I was just firing. I mean, this isn't, you know, usually one person is more one of these people, but I was just like, all right, cool, like take this melody idea, take this hook, take this loop, and I'm like, you know, all 100 beats per minute, and there you go, and he's kind of putting it together, and that was one of those days where I was like, oh no, I can working with a producer, another producer on two computers at the same time, which I always thought it was like one play, one track.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's definitely doable. I mean, that's how the early Oliver stuff was made, was literally over Skype and email.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Be kind of making some stuff and making some parts, and I'd be like working on the drums or something, and then he'd send them over, and like that stuff's way more easy to do now, you know?
It's
a lot
quick.
better. I think ultimately what's going to happen within the next few years is there's going to be, and I always thought someone should do this, but there's got to be a way to work on the same session at the same time in real time. I don't know what kind of crazy next level internet you'd have to do
it's
there.
like Google
but,
Doc.
I mean, how fucking fire would that be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, oh, let's work on this thing, and we literally have the same session up at the same time, and like,
Have you done Link on Ableton? Because that's a thing. I've only used
Link,
it once.
Link is kind of cool. It's still two different sessions,
Sure.
right? They're just synced up, but that's actually really, when it works, it's really
when
good.
it works, yeah.
But how sick would that be, though, dude? Just working on the same session, and like, you can layer in your parts in real time, and they show up on your side. Like, that'll be next. If no one does that within the next few years, I'm gonna be actually surprised.
Ableton should holler at you.
Dude, all these DAWs should fucking holler at me, because they have so many ideas like that.
Yo, I should remind me. I don't know if you know her, Krista. She's from Vancouver. She does AR over there now, in Berlin.
Oh yeah,
She's been there for
for Ableton.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I want to talk to those Ableton.
She used to
people,
DJ
man.
with Trevor Risk all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shout out Trevor Risk. I haven't seen him for
Writing for
many years.
Letter Kenny. It's funny, man. We could go down memory lane all day, but we have been at this for like over 2 hours. I wonder if should we get into some of these demos, because we got a few.
Yeah, we should. Can I run to the washroom?
Yeah,
like,
let's do that. Let me put my BRB screen on. All right, guys, entertain yourselves. We'll be right back.
Entertain yourselves.
Let me put some tunes on. One of my. This is my new remix. Be right back.
I could find a way to be there lately. The one you say you're waiting on one day. Lay it down with all the love you gave me. Promise you I'll never go astray.
start to crash, you start to laugh. Why do you have to be so easygoing? Promise you'll never go astray.
Drive you insane. Drive you insane. Drive you insane. I was hoping maybe you would feel. Drive you insane. Drive you insane. Drive you insane. I was hoping maybe you would feel. Drive you insane.
All right, we're back
Sorry.
with Oliver. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Go follow Oliver, obviously if you don't already. Let's get into some of these demos. Oh, thanks Dash. Yeah, that was my new remix that just came out yesterday of Mila on Odessa's label,
Ooh.
Foreign Family. Thanks guys. Maybe I should probably link that. I'll drop the SoundCloud link. No, fucking whatever. I'll drop it later. You've got the demos there.
Yeah.
Are you gonna tune in? Okay, let me just pull these up.
You started the tippity top, the first one.
Yeah, let me because I'm gonna open up the window. We've got a bunch, so we might kind of Core Serene. Let me pull up that window. Yo, I got too many windows on this shit. There we go. Core Serene with Opticus. Let's do this. Oh,
Tell me when
Is
you're
it-
pressing play, and I'll press play.
oh, hang on. Let me do that again because mine was muted.
Give me a 3, 2, 1, go, and then we'll.
Like watching, it's like watching a movie over Skype. 3, 2, 1, go. Nice. Course stream with Opticus. Fun. What do you got for us?
Let me hear this one part again, just really quick.
Which part?
It's really cool. One thing I like to hear on stuff like this is just a bit more variety in kind of just more like moments, like little kind of switch ups and some stuff that's a little bit more unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's to me sometimes dance or this kind of music can be a little bit too predictable. Like I know exactly when, okay, there's a build up and then it comes in. It's like, it could be as simple as like, okay, where it's supposed to drop, there's an extra bar or something. Or like there's just, every whatever, 8 bars, there's like this crazy fill that comes in or just something to kind of like, I don't know, maybe that's not the vibe for this kind of thing. I know it's kind of like a rolling kind of vibey track, so maybe that's not right. But it could also just be like more kind of interesting automation, maybe on the breakdown.
Right.
I just like little like pieces of ear candy where I'm like, oh, that was cool.
Yep.
That maybe only happens once the entire song, but you're like, oh, that was like a little moment. That was cool.
Yeah, I think that the melodies and the chords and stuff were cool. I liked how it developed, especially through the second part. Like I would have, that was similar to what I wrote down. Was a little bit of drum variation, where there some tams and stuff coming in and out, and like kind of flourishes, big flourishes. Is in this sort of 80s sort of world. It's you want that like the toms over there and just like delays out only one time and use some other stuff.
Maybe there's a big clap that comes in that like has like an 8th note dotted delay that carries.
Yeah.
Or just there's a lot of like little moves like that you can do that just kind of. I would say like this maybe sounds like a weird reference, but probably not. Is like Eric Prydz stuff.
Oh, interesting.
To me, he's the probably the best at making something simple sound interesting the whole way through. Somehow he does it. I don't know how the fuck he does it, but like it'll be a simple kind of bass line with maybe chords in the lead or could even be more basic than that.
Right.
And it's somehow he'll do like a 7-minute song and it just is always interesting. There's always there's elements coming in and out. You wait maybe 2.5, 3 minutes till the snare comes in. And then it's like when it comes in, you're like, oh,
whoa, yeah.
It just feels so good,
Do you remember? Go ahead.
All moves you can do with all this because you have all the music there. I just feel like arrangement wise, there's a lot more kind of more interesting things you can do, I think.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. On the Eric Prydz tip, I don't know if anyone here is a fan of that other project, the Cerez D stuff that he made.
Like I was listening, what was that one he did called? I think it's like Opus or something. A couple of years back, that one's crazy. I mean, there's.
Oh, I don't know that one. I wrote it down.
I mean, he's got a pretty huge catalog, but like fundamentally, a lot of his stuff is literally just like 80s pop, but with like a kind of a progressive house arrangement, which is I don't know. So if you don't know his stuff, or maybe you just know the big ones like Call on Me or whatever, like check out some of his shit, like Prida especially. He's able to really take something simple and he somehow stretches it over 6-7 minutes, and it just keeps you interested. He builds the tension, and then there's release, and there's I don't know. I feel like he's a master at that.
Great call.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got Euphony with the remix of MNDR. Let me know when you've got that loaded up. Oh, if you don't, then I'll send it to you in the chat because I think the initial link was not correct.
This one's called with MNDR. Okay. Yeah, I'm good to go. Shoot.
Cool.
Let's
cool.
do it.
3, 2, 1, go.
Tell me all your secrets. Wanna go the deepest. I've been thinking about you. Tell me all your problems, 'cause I could really use them. I've been thinking about you, thinking but you gotta trust me. We are about to break through. Baby, don't you hold back, 'cause I know you're gonna like that. What is good for you is good for me, is good, so I am open to loving you, I know you want the truth, I know you want it too. No shame in what you do, show me what you're trying to prove. Open to loving you, open to loving you, to loving you.
A nice radio and stream friendly length. That was Euphony's remix.
Yep.
What do you got, Vaughn?
That was really, really good. I love that. But I have some notes, and a lot of it might just be my personal kind of preference on this, but I thought the verse was the coolest part of that track. Production-wise, like just the vibe that was going on there, I almost didn't need it to kind of
Open up.
get big on the chorus like that. Like there's such a cool vibe on that verse that I was just kind of wanted to ride that out a little bit, you know?
Like
like
first
all the
first
music-
half kind of thing?
Yeah, like the whatever the verse, whatever's going on in the verse,
Right,
just that
right,
kind of vibe was so sick to me, you know. Love the chords, like the kind of drunken, kind of detuny things going on there, like super super cool. I would actually turn the chords down just a touch, like maybe like 2 dB on that verse, or turn the vocals up a little bit. And then the only other things I don't really like this is just my personal taste, but like on that drop bit, like I'm not a big fan of like the like tropical kind of marimba plucky sounds. I just don't like that. So maybe that could they're just too like clean sounding. Like I
Okay,
liked how
okay.
kind of dirty that verse was, and then it got a little too clean, I guess. I
Let's
don't know.
hear it again real quick, because
Maybe I'm just don't know what I'm talking
I
about.
want to hear the first, because I do think it ended up somewhere else.
Yeah, it's too Kygo or something. But that's again, that's completely my personal taste. Take it with a grain of salt.
I was just playing the track over you. You didn't realize. Yeah, because I wanted to hear that first part again.
Yeah.
I feel you. I was when it opened up, when the synths. First off, I love this. Euphony. I think this is maybe my favorite thing you've sent in. So
Yeah, it's really really well
shout
done.
out. I'm gonna just kind of super nitpick, and I don't have much more than Vaughn. I was gonna say something about like make a note about if those chords needed to open up all the way like that.
Yeah.
At 133, and right before that, I thought it was kind of, this is the part of the producer nerd shit, but I was like, oh, I recognize that trap riser from like, I don't know, like
yeah.
a Scott Storch kid or something,
Yeah,
Zaytoven.
the white noise like sweeps, I'm just like, anyone that watches my stream knows how I feel about that. I'm pretty like particular with them. I just don't like, I mean, hey, the white noise sweep it's just so like predictable and like cliche.
Oh,
and
it's a
kind of
battery. It's battery
overused
4.
at this point. I feel like
Yeah.
there's other ways. There's more interesting ways to get the same effect and the same feel.
Right.
Could be reverbing out one element and pitching it down in Ableton, or just I feel like there's other ways to kind of achieve the same thing, or use a different sound that isn't just a vengeance sounding,
Right.
you know.
Right.
I don't know. I mean,
At least
Dude,
for the
I'd
type of
use the-
track, especially
One of those,
because
but
this is a vibey. This is a totally
exactly. That's
super
why it
cool.
kind of threw me, because I was like, yeah.
Right.
Like
Uh,
even like a weird shaker, like rain stick sound or something that's a bit more
Totally.
organic sounding, possibly.
Totally.
But not too many notes, man. These are all pretty small notes, you know.
Yeah, I agree that that's just going super granular on it. That was really fire. I liked the short verb on on like the counter melody after that section. Yeah, man, I definitely.
And one thing I'll say too is like there's a way, like I really like that verse because if I heard that I'd be like, oh, there's a way to take that verse and just hold a couple things back, and then the drop part is just a kind of more enhanced version of that, but not overly like too droppy sounding, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
That's my own personal taste, like I said. Like maybe the kick gets slightly bigger and the synth opens up just a touch
Mm-hmm.
where you can feel it, but it's I don't know. But yeah,
Really,
well done.
Yeah,
Really
well done indeed. Yeah, kind of like fun.
words. Love all the sound design stuff in there. Really sick.
Nice when you're funny. Okay, up next we've got a Funky Boys remix. He did a Mercer remix. Do you have that one? Of Mercer Lemonade. All right, 3.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yep, let's do
Yep,
it.
Cool. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ain't nothing going on the list. You got to have a J.O.B. if you wanna be with me. There's nothing going on the list. You got to have a J.O.B. if you wanna be with me. You got to have a You got to have a Cool. So that was Funky Boy on the remix of Mercer, who I guess is sampling Gwen Guthrie records now.
Hell yeah,
I mean, that's a great original.
Wayne Guthrie, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good, man. Really well done. I mean, I have a few kind of notes,
Mm-hmm.
but overall, it's kind of a little busy for me. I think for like a modern kind of record that's like that, I just feel like there's a lot going on there, and it kind of sounds a little dated when you do it like that. I think the vibe now is really like kind of dialing, like stripping things back. at least in certain parts. Like there's certain parts in there where you have these vocal chops going and the vocals going at the same time. Like take some stuff out. Like, dude, don't be afraid to have a part. Like you had that part right at the end where it's kind of just the drums and bass. Like
Right.
kind of want to hear that with the verse thing too, or with some maybe just the vocal. I just like I don't know. I really like minimal kind of stuff right now. Strip it back a little bit. What else? I mean, there's some minor stuff like there's like an ARP sound on the drop that could just come down a little bit. It sounded a little bit loud, or maybe it needs to be sidechained a little more or something. Really well done though. It's a lot of good production stuff in there. Pretty crazy. The piano too. I tend to like pianos that are a little less. Those sound very like not M1, but very like kind of MIDI. Like they're really like tightly quantized. And at least lately, when I do piano stuff, I always like to have it unquantized. At least the actual playing, like if you play, if you're playing all the notes and they boom hit at the exact same time, I'd rather hear them kind of slightly. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
I don't know what the word for that is, but kind of not
Just-
strummed, but just slightly. it
Yeah,
just sounds more,
the gliss, but you probably don't want to glit like a glissando there. But I know what you mean. It's just a
no,
bit.
but like very short. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like a crazy.
Right.
Just more played, basically, like kind of more played, and maybe you could dirty that sound up a little bit, but maybe that's the style too. I mean, that's also another choice, right? Is the super clean, tight M1 piano sound, which is kind of a classic house move too.
It's a classic house. It's classic, and then it's also overdone, and it's hard. He didn't use that M1 here, but I do know when it first came in, I was like, how do I feel? It made me question how I felt about that sound. I was like, well, what could? It was almost like an addictive keys kind of thing. Like it's not. It's in house sort of tracks. I think you go like, is this going to be clean, bang on, or are you going to do like what you just did and like play it? I
Yeah,
think playing.
I mean that's just a choice, but
Right. Can affect a lot.
right now I tend to. I mean, I have like Keyscape or whatever. I know
Yeah.
a lot of producers don't have that or just haven't bought it yet, but that's a really amazing one because it sounds so like legit.
Yeah.
The way those pianos were recorded.
Yeah.
And you're kind of doing a disservice if you like tightly quantize those pianos because they sound so beautiful and there's different velocities on every note. It really sounds more, I don't know, just more human and kind of, but maybe that's not, like you said, maybe it's a choice to have the really tight piano too, because that's a thing too.
Right.
Other than that, I would think about a name change too, because Funky Boy to me is not really. I've never like, dude, whenever there's an artist and they have like funky or like groove or funk in the name, I'm just immediately not interested.
You're not a fan of Groove Armada.
Well, yeah, that goes way back, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
if you're in a rock band and you're called like the Rock fucking whatevers. It's like, okay.
The Rock Brothers? Yeah.
Yeah, the Rock Bros. The
Right,
Rock
right,
Boys.
right.
Be like, I want to listen to Led Zeppelin. Thank you very much.
Right.
So
it's hard to top that name.
just on a branding level, I don't want to like. I'm not trying to be a dick or whatever, but I
I think you got a point. We've been talking about the whole
that's
brand and
important.
artist
That's
thing.
important. I don't know. It's just like if like I always find that too. If it's like okay, you're gonna make like synthwave music or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do? Oh, you're gonna do the graphic design with like the grid and the horizon with the chrome letters shining, and like you're gonna just do all the fucking shit that everyone else does. Like, no one's gonna pay attention to that. Do something completely different. Make the same music, but then have a whole different aesthetic and a different name that has nothing to do with it. Like, make it kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or else, like, especially now, dude, it's like it's so hard to get noticed already. It's like you really do have to pay attention to those things,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it depends what your intent is on releasing music and stuff, but
You know what's interesting?
I don't want to fall into those, stereotypes of things, I think.
I feel like Funky Boy is from. He might already be sleeping because if he's from where I think he's from, which is either like in Norway or France, maybe. What's interesting is that you get a lot of, let's say, North American artists that will pick like French kind of names, or I mean, the name is part of it, right? And
Yeah.
there's a weird road that you can go down there too, with like co-opting, like where a lot of weird like whatever German producers or Scottish producers will take on like more like black sounding names, and that's also kind of fucked up too. But that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, he's from England. Yeah. Anyways,
I do-
it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I do like to point these things out because I feel like it is important. You know?
Yeah.
It's part of your branding. It's the first thing you see. You know, if I see your thing and it's called like the fucking Groove Boys, or like, you know what I mean, like the Funky Guys. Like I'm just like I'm not interested in that. Like
Right.
you don't have to tell me your music's funky. Like make it funky and then call it something fucking way different.
Or find the word for funk.
Come up
in,
with
like,
a weird
Japanese.
like female name, like a first name and last name, even if you're not a female,
Right.
and put it out. Like do something interesting where I'm like, oh shit, that's mysterious and cool.
Right. Mia
really-
Khalifa.
Because it changes the way I listen. You know.
Yep.
Those kind of things will change the way you listen to a record. So something to think about. But yeah, production wise, man, I don't know how long you're producing, but you definitely know what you're doing. But overall, maybe strip it back. I mean, that always sounds cooler to me when it's just a bit more bold, you know?
Right.
Uh,
Funkiest. Yeah. The chat's all coming and jumping in with the names now.
funkiest. Yeah, I'm not trying to play this. I'm not trying to play this, bro. But it's
No,
yeah,
man. It's
been around long enough, and I've seen like funky jam guys. It's just like I already know what it is. I already know what that is. It's like I don't know, hippie funk or something. I don't know.
Right.
Kind of thing. So something to think about, you know.
Yeah.
And the branding. Like I said, man, how easy is it to fall into those stereotypes of certain genres, right? With just the branding and stuff alone, you know,
Yeah.
it's like how do you really set yourself apart? It's like why was Justice so interesting? It's like, well, they took on this rock thing with the electronic music and kind of the attitude, and they were inspired by all these old rock records and the aesthetic and the look and everything, and that was completely different. No one was fucking doing that, and
Yeah.
the music happened to be really interesting too. So all those things kind of count, you know.
Agreed. Entirely.
All right, we can move on.
All right. We got the name rant out of the way. Up next.
Yeah. So hey guys, I'm not gonna be soft on you guys, dude. I'm gonna tell
Don't
you
be
exactly what I'm thinking.
yeah.
You know,
We're not here to make
With a
friends.
grain of salt, dude. I don't have all the answers. I'm fucking don't know what the hell I'm doing, but
We got Dashmere with the Lewis the Child remix. Do you have that one? You're on mute again. Good to go?
sorry. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
Let's do
3, 2, 1, go.
Coming. Don't stay inside your mind. Just let your person shine. The one that lives inside. Running. Trying to get to brighter days. You don't have to feel okay. It's okay. Ooh, no, you don't have to try to change it. Ooh, no, you don't have to wear all these faces. Don't mind, don't waste no time. Don't make no lie, don't break no promises. Don't mind, don't waste no time. Don't make
Cool. Dash me a remix. Roast him.
Roast.
Just kidding. Dash
Yeah,
is
I don't
a-
know. I don't have like a ton of notes on this. It's not really my thing, this kind of stuff, but the vocals sounded a little too loud in general, just right off the rip. They were a little too loud. And I don't know if you pitch them down or if that's just what the song is, but it's like they're pitched down in this weird spot where they're not low enough for me to be like, oh, it's cool. It's like a pitched down weird vocal.
Like in between, right?
Yeah, it's like kind of in this weird spot where I'm like, it almost sounds like his natural voice, but he's got kind of a. So
Right.
I don't know if that's just the way they were, but
So maybe like format it more if you're gonna do that. Is that kind of?
I don't know. They just kind of sound like they're in a weird spot, or maybe they're just too loud and dry. I don't know. And then same thing as the other songs. Like try to just strip it back a little bit, and the white noise again. I feel like all these tracks are gonna have white noise, and I'm just gonna have to like be the white noise police.
Is it Power Tools white noise?
Well, I have white noise in mine too. I don't think I have the. I don't think I have that one. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm putting myself on blast. Right
Oh,
now.
raid alert! Yo, thanks, Lonnie, for the raid and cut corners.
Thanks
if
for the raid.
Yo,
Yeah, there is some. I put some white noise in my pack, but I don't think it does that. But anyways,
oh, it's a skincare raid. We're getting skincare questions. What do you use for facial skincare? Quick pause.
oh me,
Yeah.
I use like an apricot scrub kind of thing.
Really?
I'm not the guy to talk to about this because I have like really bad, like dry, flaky, gross skin. So I have to use. My girlfriend taught me to use the scrub stuff, so I've been using that.
It's like
That
little
seems to help.
pebbles, like the plastic stuff that's
Yes,
like
dude.
terrible for the environment.
When I use that shit, I'm like, oh, just fucking. I work it in there hard, I don't play games.
Yeah, but you're also
I wanna-
like destroying Mother
wanna-
Earth, right? You realize those microbeads, they like choke ducks and shit. I don't know.
What?
If they, I don't know if they. I don't know. I don't know if they do that. I certainly hope not, right? But
Fuck
they probably
ducks,
do.
dude.
What,
Ducks suck.
dude? Take that
I
back.
guess they taste pretty good too, right?
Ducks are awesome, dude. It's like my favorite part of Venice. When I first got here, I lived in Venice, and I was
Ducks. Ducks are cute, I guess.
like,
You know what sucks is those Canadian geese, dude. Fuck those
true,
guys.
true. Those guys.
They'll attack you and shit, dude. They'll fuck you up.
That.
Anyways, we're supposed to do track review.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna jump in real quick because musically I like a lot of the ideas. I think the first chords. I have really specific feedback on like how to get level up. So the first chords were cool. I thought they were a little short. I could have used another. They're a little simple. I could use another layer. It's kind of that like soft pluck that you have first there, and the vocal was kind of up really high in that verse section. I like the brass pad. First build, I was hoping for something, whether that's a riser or some of Vaughn's white noise that he sells on Splice, or like some percussion things, chop up some loops and stuff. That's something that I always forget about because I hate making builds. But you gotta do it. And you gotta like give people. You can build tension somehow, right? So I would add something there. On the drop, I think that the chop, and people in the chat were saying the vocal chop was like clashing a bit. I don't know, but I think that it could be more effective if you, in the drop, you have, again, something I used to do all the time was I would just hold on my block chords. I was like, these chords are so great. You got to hold them on the piano. I think it goes play it off the snare. So like play, snare, like, and then release. So like try that with the bass and with maybe the chord. So it goes like ba, like ba, snare, ba, ba. It's not just what's like holding there. Plug your pack. Yeah, we both got splice packs. Everyone knows that. If you don't,
I feel like the
go there.
no-brainer move is like having the build chords or whatever kind of sustainy, and then when it comes in, then they're more rhythmic.
Yes.
Or maybe, like you said, maybe there's ones that are doing the chords that are really rhythmic, and then underneath there's just like a tucked in low pass kind of pad sound that's riding underneath, maybe a higher voicing or something.
Yeah. When it's just held the
There's a
whole
couple
time, it kind of
chords in there
sucks
that-
out energy a
There's
little
a
bit.
couple chords in there that I was kind of like almost, but not quite. There's a couple maybe tweaks in there. I wish I could be more specific.
Oh, interesting. I missed that.
There's a couple, but overall good.
Yeah. I think you can build on these. Musically, I like all the ideas that are going on. I think it's just like layering and a little bit of arrangement choices, and I would remove the held I mean, I'm pointing that out because it's something I always used to do, and I was like, why does my shit like never pop? And I was like, it's because the chords are always being held. Like, you know, you can play and come off in silence and then play off the snare and gives you more space for the chops. Cool. Let's keep it moving. We got Sound Kid up next.
Sound Kid. Uh-oh. Should we just flame everyone's names before we even go? Oh my God. There's Disco Daddy. We got Funky Boy and Disco Daddy. Is Funky Boy Disco Daddy's son? Is that what's happening?
This is just a name roast. I did not foresee this happening. I should have.
I know, dude, but that's the whole point. Is like people are like, how does my track sound? And it's like they don't think about the other shit that's actually important too. So
Right.
we gotta, dude, that shit's so important. Come on, man.
What's your
What's your
middle name?
Stuff earlier. Let's not downplay that. Like, obviously, the music's the most important, but this other stuff is very important. So
it's true. Were you happy with U-Turn with an E?
absolutely not. No, I came up with that name when I was probably 14 or 15, and I hated it after that. I thought it was super cool at the time. The one thing I'll say about it that I did get right is I spelt it wrong, which later kind of became a thing.
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
was happy because it was searchable.
Right.
And honestly, the name Oliver, I like it because it's clean, but ultimately not so great for the old Google search. You
True.
know? You type in Oliver, it's like you're going to get fucking the chef, the fucking English chef. You're going to get like some old timey play. Like, you know, you're going to get all this other shit. So, but I mean, when we came up with that name, Ology was like, yo, we should spell it OLVR or something. And I was like, it's so bloghousey. Like,
Right.
nah. But there's a reason people spell their names different because every name's been taken.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to find that shit on Spotify or fucking Google or whatever. So
I will.
somewhere-
I will say
but-
both of us just use our names. You know.
dude,
So
use your name if you got a cool name, or if you don't have a cool name, make up. Like I said, I always thought that was a really cool idea to just have like a female name that's
Right.
like some weird exotic first and last name, and you're like, whoa, sick, and you don't give away
Right.
your identity. Like I thought that was a really cool idea.
Right.
But anyways, let's listen to this song, shall we?
all right. So like you're getting naming advice from the two guys that just literally just use their names.
Well, that-
as their artists.
Who better to give advice on it from two people who maybe regret their choices?
Right.
You know.
Palm Springs, Luna Shadows, Sound Kid remix.
Drag me down to Palm Springs, where they keep their long spring. Jacqueline's on Sunday, driving home on Monday morning. Hotel out of Atlanta, 105 roadside of crowds in Palm Springs. Palm Springs. Somewhere far from city lights.
Where the girls all speak last night.
Mercury in retrograde.
That means nothing to me.
All turn off the radio. Play me something on my mind. Drag me down to Palm Springs, where they keep their long spring. Jacqueline's on Sunday, driving home on Monday morning. Hotel out of Atlanta, 105 roadside of crowds in Palm Springs. Palm Springs.
Leave at 2 a.m. tonight.
Driving late and packing light.
Where you're a Tuesday.
Nothing out on display. All turn off the radio. Play me something on my mind. Drag me down to Palm Springs, where they keep their long screen. Sipping something poolside, bragging about your font size, baby. Full of show in India, one where all of LA goes in Palm Springs. Palm Springs.
Cool. We've heard this one before. Who did a remix of that? Like before, was it Dash? He did like a slower version. Is
I
this
wanna
like?
hear the, I
is
want
this
to
a
hear the
big-
original now.
Yeah. Is this a
Um,
big pop song? Like a massive pop song? I'd never
It's
heard.
really catchy. I really like it, man. I mean, I got a couple notes. I think the right off the bat, the verse vocal was like could barely hear it. It sounded like kind of a background vocal or something.
Okay.
So I'd make that obviously a little more present.
Yeah.
And then overall, like, it's good. It grooves. Like I don't know. It's really uplifting and it feels really good. I would just maybe, again, I'm going to keep saying it, but kind of strip it back a little bit, turn down some of those more atmospheric, reverby, washy sounds, kind of dial those down a little bit, or just bring them in at certain parts, like maybe transition areas, or I would just like to hear it a bit more stripped down, you know? It's really well done though, man.
Yeah, I don't have much. I was thinking that this sounds like something you would, put on. Someone would have poolside at like Splash House in Palm Springs, when
Yeah,
you're like
totally.
cooling
It
out.
sounds the most Palm Springs that a song could ever sound.
Yeah, and I agree that now that you said it, that bringing back, because you don't need all of the different percussion bits and stuff, especially with the room for the reverb. But yeah, totally fits.
And I think I thought the build up, the first little build, or was it the first build up, could just be a bit more tension there, or a bit more, I don't know what it is, dynamics or something to really like, I wasn't getting that like, whoa, here comes,
Mm-hmm.
But overall, really, really good, man. Really well done. It's very poppy, so I kind of want to hear the original song just to see how far off the. Like, is it the same chords? Did you use guitar from that, or did you play that guitar?
It's a bro step track. It's
Great,
original.
man. It's really good. Also, I mean, the name Sound Kid. I don't know if we want to get into that, but that could also be. What's your real name, dude? Are you in chat right now? Sound Kid?
I'm like looking ahead at all the other names that we've got
Name
coming
roast. You already know which
Name
ones I'm
roast.
gonna.
I'm just gonna
bro.
change Fridays
We just
from
roast
phone a friend
all
to
the
name
names right
roast.
now. Boogie tracks. Man, guys, you're not making it. Okay. Most of these are pretty good. Disco Daddy.
He said that's not his real name. It's just like his Twitch name. So
Wait, who's Twitch? Oh, the real artist name?
yeah,
Okay.
So he gets a pass.
Jay Zaw. So you're like Jay-Z. Jay-Z A. Okay, well, let's just. I mean, I could roast a bunch of these, but I'm always interested to hear what their actual real name is, because a lot of times it's probably a better choice. But if their name's like Dave Smith or something, maybe it's.
You get a cease and desist immediately.
I got to say, though, choosing a name is a really. It's hard. It's very difficult, because you got to stick with it at some point. But a lot of you guys are, you have 100 followers on SoundCloud, so it's definitely like
You can switch up.
You can tweak that stuff, and no one's going to notice.
Yeah, the question is, when are you like, this is the point at which I'm gonna.
The point of no return. When
Exactly.
you do like, yeah, I don't know. I think once you have like a real release, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
or a certain amount of plays. I don't know. That is interesting, but dude, you can always tweak it. You can always. Maybe if you're Dead Mouse or something, you don't really want to change your name, but
Jacob Call. You had to go there. It's a great name.
let's not even dive down that.
Maybe his actual birth name is, Sound Fresh or something.
Sound fresh, yeah.
Uh,
Fresh beat.
Fresh beat. All right. Yeah, the chat knows.
Hottest beat maker. That's my.
He helped SZA.
That's funny though. A lot of hip hop guys will have names like that, just like hot beats.
That's
You're
true.
like, oh, shit, hot beats. Cool.
And then you find them in like the Spotify credits, and you're like, dang, like how did he get this placement? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it must be really hot if you. Anyways, Fire Sounds. All right, Boogie Tracks, you're up.
Boogie Tracks, you're up, buddy.
You have that queued.
I already know.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
All right,
Boogie tracks.
there you have it.
I'll start. Yeah. There's something funky going on the kick. Like, there's like a reverb on the top or something that I'm not. I mean, yeah, the drum sounds are super important in this kind of thing. You got to work with what's in the
Yeah, I was
track.
that was my first note, was that kick drum is not doing it for me. It sounds like there's no low end in the kick
Right.
at all. It's like, and for yeah, like for this style of music in particular, like your kick drum's got to be rocking, dude. Your kick drum and your bass line have to be like up at the forefront, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, just some more dynamics too, because the intro was a little long, and then when it actually dropped in, it was kind of like the same volume. Like I didn't really feel like a level up, like a real impact when it dropped in. One thing I used to do with these kind of tracks is I would have it. You could just automate the volume on the master a little bit, just so it could be down 2-3 dB. So when it kicks in, you're like, oh shit, now it's rocking, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then that first drop, maybe you carve off. You first of all get a kick drum that has low end, and then carve off a little bit of the lows on that first drop, and then maybe 8 bars from there, then the full low end comes in. So there's just like you're getting like throughout the track. There's these little like
interesting.
boom, oh, it goes up a level, boom. Like I used to do that too. I would automate the side chain, so the first drop's kind of like it's a little bit pumpy, and
Yeah.
then next. And I did this. I worked on I don't know if you knew this, but I worked on a lot of those Duck Sauce records.
Okay. No, I did not.
Uh,
The new ones.
and no, on the album, I did a bunch
yeah.
of stuff on the album, and
Got
that's one thing I did with a lot of those is I would have the side chain kick in a little bit stronger when the kick came in stronger, because you can do a lot with it's a really loop based style of music, obviously, but you can do a lot within that, and part of it is those dynamics,
Yeah.
where you just feel it like, oh, it just went up a level. I don't know why, but it's like the side chain's a little deeper, the kick drum's a little beefier.
Right.
There's some stuff like that you can do to really kind of make those things move. And you can you're side chaining the sample, but there's also like effects, and there's like a really loud like kind of shaker in there. I feel like those need to be pumping with it too. Like those need to be side chained a little bit, and pretty much everything should be kind of side chained, honestly, with this kind of thing. Like pretty much everything except the kick drum,
Got it. Yeah, I think there was a comment on the low end, whether that's like not having enough of it from the sample, but sometimes you just got to add like a simple sign without overcomplicating it that kind of fills out, plays the same note.
Yeah, I feel like with this style too, I feel like literally just a saw wave, and then you filter the saw wave and kind of do like a notch EQ where there's a bit more of a resonant peak in certain areas. That always, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
that old kind of French house thing.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds more like a live bass.
Yeah.
What would be a good example of that? Obviously, like the old Daft Punk, maybe like Voyager or something. I feel like that's people are always striving to get that sound, but
Or the
You
Creedmoor
can't-
stuff had some of that, like the
yeah,
the
where
roulette.
it's like a saw wave that's kind of filtered down, because then you're still getting that mid-range stuff where you can actually hear the bass line. It's not just all sub, That's one way to do that.
F9's bass stuff has some fun. I mean, if you're just messing with simpler, sometimes it's nice to find simpler instruments. I've like kind of messing
Yeah,
with.
shout out to the F9 series. If you guys don't know about that, he made a whole Ableton suite of instruments and audio racks, which are all really incredible. And the audio racks are fucking amazing. I use them all the time. I think they all utilize parallel processing, which sounds really, really fucking good. So
Are you gonna
check them
sell your racks? I'm gonna put you on the spot because I see everyone ask you all the time.
yeah, I've thought about that. I'm just not sure what avenue I want to take as far as like how and where I would sell those.
Right.
I definitely would want to obviously get as many eyes on it as possible. Like I could put those out independently and put them on Gumroad or something like that. But ultimately, I'd like a lot of people to have access to them.
Right.
So I don't know. I might give some just to like the Discord followers at first, and then
Dope.
maybe try to figure something out. Maybe possibly splice, or I don't know. There's a way, but I've definitely thought about that because I love getting racks from other producers. It's just so fun. I think it's more valuable than getting loop packs and sample packs. Really, honestly,
No
Yeah.
doubt. That's like a level of the game that like shit is new. I don't even like I've never received a rack from someone unless I've been sending out racks now when I'm like collabing in sessions. I'm like, oh, I guess now you have this rack that I made.
Yeah, that's
But
always the thing too. You're like, shit, you want the session? Oh, it has my like super exclusive
Bounce,
fucking
bounce, bounce, bounce.
magical rack that makes everything sound incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's cool. I mean, it's part of the process. Let's keep it moving. This dude, I don't know if he's in here. We got a lot. Is What Lurks in here? Because he got this is like a mini mix. I think he was like listening to your hard drive waste, and then or no, that's someone else that did that. I think this guy sent like
Okay.
a bunch of things. Let's just listen to the first one.
Glimmer. Is that
Glimmer.
the-
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
Give
cue
it a
that
go.
up. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
I stay awake until the first glimmer of sun hits the horizon. No need to overthink it. You got the golden ticket. No need to overthink it. You got the golden ticket. Don't wait up for me. I don't get lonely. Don't wait up for me. I don't shake it, girl, shake it, girl. I stay awake until the first glimmer of sun hits the horizon. Surrender. Shake it, girl, shake it, girl. No need to overthink it. You got the golden ticket. Shake it, girl, shake it, girl. No need to overthink it. You got the golden ticket. Shake it, girl, shake it, girl.
Cool. In the interest of time, we'll cut the outro. This is cool. Nice song. What Lurks? Am I muted? No. I think Vaughn's muted maybe. I want bigger drums. I want like the snare and the clap is not doing it for me. But it reminds me the overall vibe, I think you're in the ballpark. It reminds me of like that sort of early Kitsune era a little bit. Kind of French, kind of indie pop.
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you got?
So I think the drums are fine. They're just like really low in the mix. He used that's definitely there's a couple loops off the sample packs in there.
Mhm.
But I think you put like a reverb clap that was just like too loud, so it kind of just sounded really reverby and washed out. They just need to come up in the mix, or you need to sidechain a little more. I know sometimes sidechaining sounds like a dirty word, but like you can do sidechains where it's not super pumpy sounding, like it doesn't sound like, you know what I mean? You can just do the really tasteful sidechain where it's just carving out a little bit of the kick. Thought the drums could be a little louder. Overall, I really like the vibe of it. Right off the jump, the chord progression like totally reminds me of something, but I can't place it. And it kind of gave me like, with this one, I would produce it like an MGMT record, because that's what it reminded me of. Is like I think their last album, at least the vocals. So I would kind of lean into the dusty, kind of dirty side of that, and just really dirty it out, and like throw some like tape delays on certain vocals and like.
Right.
But it's cool, man. I really like the vibe of it for sure. The vocals are really interesting and cool, I thought. But yeah, dirty it up a little bit. The bass sounded a little too clean to me.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things, like if you have like, okay, the chords and the drums are kind of dirty sounding, but then you have this bass that's just like pristine and like straight out of a VST, and there's no processing, then it doesn't really, everything needs to kind of gel together and glue. So like if you're going to go dirty, pretty much everything should be dirty, if you're going to go clean, everything should be kind of clean. In general,
I want to make the differentiation between dirty and noise, added noise from plugins, because there's a lot of plugins that default will add just fucking noise, like RC20, Evolve stuff, Wave stuff. I think
the Wave stuff is the stuff I hate, like RC20 and shit. That stuff's great, but
do you use the noise? The actual noise on RC20?
Sometimes, but I tend to like, if I'm going to add noise to a track, I tend to just have a noise track that I can actually automate and control a little bit,
Yeah.
The RC20 is good for that, A lot of times I'll use that on the instrument bus. So if I have a bus with all my whatever pianos and leads and all that kind of stuff, I'll kind of throw it through that and maybe throw some other stuff after it to compress it a little bit. That one's cool. I mean, it's definitely like everyone knows about that, and maybe it's overused, but it's all what you do with it that makes it interesting, right?
While we're talking about RC20, I will say that I don't know if everyone is like going into the pop-out menu where you can change the different types of stuff, like whether that's distort, and I don't know if there's a shortcut to that, but in Ableton, you just hit that like arrow and then it pops. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's just like a deeper under the hood, and
that stuff,
and you can change the type of distortion or whatever. And that's definitely a way to
there's
get
a lot of that stuff.
done.
If you are using Ableton, you can get a lot of the same effects just by using Ableton stuff. Like
Totally.
If you watch my streams, a lot of times I'll use multiband compression like OTT and stuff like that, but I'll parallel it. So I'll have one chain where it's like a really crazy compression, just bringing up all the artifacts and noise and dirty shit, and then blend it with the dry signals, so you can you're not going to lose the fundamental like strong kind of frequencies. You're just adding that kind of dirt to it. So there's, I don't know, but yeah, I would with this track, I would just for me personally, if I was to produce it, I would lean into the dirty kind of sound, like I said, the MGMT. If you check out their last album, I think there's some good references on there, and it's all not lo-fi, but it's I don't know, it just kind of fits the vibe for that kind of vocal, I think.
Right.
Cool.
It's great reference. Cool. Let's keep it moving with. Nope. I have a Spotify link. What do I have a Spotify? Oh yeah, Sean sent a Spotify link. I mean, it's not a demo clearly. Is Sean in here? Sean, you're sending full releases. I feel like we might have to skip you. Oh, we got a couple Spotify links. Fuck. We got if Sean's not in here, we're gonna keep it moving.
Just sent a whole album, so I don't know how.
Oh yeah, is Emperor
released? So it's like it's too late to change anything.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, Exactly. If Emperor's not in here, all right. Let's go with Ads later because I can see you and you told me that it's late where you are. So let's do that one.
Let's get to him. Show Ad Slater. He's in there. Oops.
Give me 1 second.
Yep.
I'm gonna copy. I love that your SoundCloud name is just like user 233163191. It's fucking awesome. That's a name I like. All right. Add Slater space. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna put this one on pause. Yeah. So the first like, you've got some ideas that like when the bass line comes in are cool, but the very basis of this, and it's cool. You just gotta learn is that like you just gotta train your ears, and there's if that third chord you've got like two completely different chords going on, which is in they're just in different keys. I would like remove like that one entirely and kind of I don't know if there's samples, but if there's samples, then you're gonna have to just use your ears. But if you're using VSTs to put in like these synths, you can start by sort of using like a scale plugin or a key plugin. Like there's that in Ableton. There's probably one in Logic. But beyond that's sort of a cheat. But I think the fundamental of like making like when you sent it, you're like, oh, this is sort of Disclosure like influence, and like, all right, cool. Like you can create a vibe, but central to Disclosures, they like understand like the types of keys and like types of chords that they're using, which a lot of minor sevenths. They talk about that on their streams. I would recommend like going and checking that out. So before you get to the jazzy stuff, you got to start super simple, and I would say that that's kind of where where any producer or music maker should begin.
100% agree. Yeah, obviously the chords clash big time in the beginning there. And I think one of the lessons you can learn from that is like you had a chord progression, and I'm like, okay, well, this is the song, and then this other thing comes in that's doing a different chord progression. Like you just can't do that. You literally cannot do that. Like
you can stack the first one and like make it bigger and bigger, and that's a cool idea.
Right? There's okay, well, here's my chord progression. What you can play notes over top. You can do a higher voicing of it.
Yeah,
you can add a seventh or a ninth or an 11, but you can't do different chords unless you really know what you're doing. Unless you're like a high level jazz guy and you actually know what other chords might like.
Unless you're JC.
But like you said, man, I notice that a lot with like young producers is they want to go jump straight from, they want to skip basic C major triad chord. They want to skip those and go right to the big boy chords. And without that fundamental understanding of how those chords interact and what they actually do, you're going to run into mistakes like that. And ultimately, like, if you can't hear that that's wrong, and that's weird to me, because even when I didn't understand anything about chords, I would hear that and just be like, it doesn't sound right. It
Right.
sounds something, I don't know what's wrong, but it doesn't sound good. It sounds weird.
Right.
So I don't know if that's something you just need to learn. Like,
I
but
think
right
you can
away-
learn ear train. You can, yeah. I think you can dedicate. So
I know, but like ultimately, it's like
right.
if you can't hear that that's wrong, then that's a real
it's gonna be-
fundamental issue.
Then
that
it's
you
gonna be
need to work.
tough.
So you should really dive into basic music theory. And I know you want to do the big boy like disclosure chords, but you got to understand that those guys are on a really high level. At least the what's the one guy's name who kind of does all the?
I never know which one is which, but
I know guy who does most of the drums and the producing. But
oh, since Howard is the guy, the keys
Howard
guy.
is the player, right? And
Yeah.
he's really really good. He knows his shit.
Mhm.
He's super legit. So, yeah, start with basic music theory stuff and start with some simple triads.
Yeah.
And then try different voicings. Oh, maybe add a seventh on this one. But you need to start there, or you're just gonna fall short. You know.
I would say that MIDI progressions. I don't know how if there's a ton on Splice. I know that I put some in my pack. I'm not just trying to plug my pack, but like if you take them, literally, it's information that tells you what like this type of progression works, and that's another way. If you know, like the ear is not there yet, and you can, if you're more of a math person, and you're like, okay, well, this is what a triad, this is what a 1-4-5 or whatever, what a minor seventh looks like, and this is how I can move it around. And you're like, I think taking from there, and not just taking. I'm not saying just taking MIDI packs and plugging them in, but taking them and then sticking them in like whatever patch you like, and moving them around and going, well, this is how they work well together. Does it work if I move these down here? Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, like if you are using maybe chords or something from a pack, I always take it upon myself, because I do the same thing now. Even now, like I'll find an old song on YouTube, or maybe a chord progression from a sample pack, and I'm like, "Whoa, that's a really interesting chord," and
Yeah.
I always go out of my way to learn what it's doing musically.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me, and for me, it's like putting it. There's a couple keys that I kind of know. And once I put it in those keys, then I can, I see. Okay, you inverted this one. You dropped this note there. That's an interesting voicing. I didn't know that one. So take it upon yourself to go that extra step and really learn what's going on there, because that's invaluable, really. I mean, that's, I wish I'd done it earlier. I mean, I know you've played keys for a long time, right, Pat? Like you were classically trained, or?
A little bit of classical, and then so everything in dance and jazz and house and all that stuff I had to sort of relearn, because I didn't like, I love it's Pete Rock or Gangstar or whatever, and I was like, what the? But to me, that was still Greek. I could tell you the top note, and then I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, so I had to learn.
It's the difference between like classical and jazz, right? Like two different things, but you still have that fundamental understanding,
Which helps a lot, yeah.
Kind of music theory, which I wish I had started earlier. I only started learning keys kind of when I moved to LA, honestly.
Right.
Learn how to play piano, learn how to play guitar, man. Bass. Learn an instrument, dude. It's going to you're just going to learn so much, I think. That's one regret that I have, that I didn't pick up an instrument earlier in life. So if you are kind of a new starting up producer, jump in, dude. Fuck learning how to EQ a snare. That's not important. Learn an instrument,
Yeah, and with like the knowledge that it's gonna enhance your production game fast.
So much. Like it's not even. And that's the thing, man. If the music is really really good, like on a base level, the production stuff is kind of secondary, and you don't think about it.
Yeah.
That's coming from someone who spends a lot of time on sound design, but
Right.
I find a lot of my favorite music transcends. I'm not thinking about the drum sounds. I'm not thinking about what snare they used or how it was mic'd up or whatever. I'm just like, it just fucking sounds great. It transcends it. So
Yeah.
and that's because a lot of, especially older music, it was most of the time was spent learning the instrument and playing in a band and knowing when to play, knowing what not to play, knowing, so all these fundamental things. And if I could rewind the clock, I would have definitely jumped in and like learned that stuff earlier, because you just unlock so much more than you would by just avoiding it and being like, oh, let me throw in these chords sound cool, let me throw them in and just sidechain them or something. Like, you're gonna learn so much more.
You
know?
play some bass, right? Or
No, I don't play bass. I have a bass. I bought a bass with the intention of learning it.
right? Me too.
I really do want to see, and I'll pick it up, man. I will. I have to. I really do want to learn bass because I have bass lines in my head,
Right.
and I can write them on synths and stuff like that. But I can't play. Like, I don't know how to play. So
Well, you're learning on keys. I'm saying because for some reason I always thought you did, but you clearly listen to a lot of bass, like, you know, again in that funk and disco stuff, because the way
Yeah.
you move around the root. And I bought I got a really cheap bass at the beginning of quarantine, and I fell off a little bit in practice, but there is something about how it's laid out that starts to make sense with why bass lines are played the way they are. And I'm like, cool, now that's just, you know, before I'm just playing like Ryland's bass line that he did up for Gold Room, whatever, I don't remember, Everybody's Lonely. And I was like, cool, this is what it is on keys. But then now on the bass, I relate to it in a totally different way, even though I can't really
yeah,
play
absolutely,
bass yet.
yeah.
So
yeah. And sometimes you can even, I think if you can actually play bass, you're probably going to simplify things a little bit too.
Yeah, agreed. All right, let's keep going.
My dog either just took a shit in the studio or he farted because it smells insane in here right
Oh yeah, this dog farts a lot. Do you want to maybe try and find that?
now. Oh my god!
Figure
Awesome.
out. Did he?
Fuck.
I mean, I can play this, and you can clean up your
Oh,
dog's toilet.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna push through it. I'm gonna power through it, boys.
Oh, that's rough. All right,
Dog
we got Quadman Glider.
The quad man. Let's go, baby. Fired up.
All right, our man's not in the room, so we're gonna start skipping through.
Yo. Is he in the chat?
Got to be in the chat. Man's not in the chat. And it's a 6-minute track. I mean,
Do you have,
go
do
ahead.
you have archives? Like, can people go back and watch this if they missed?
I have been lately, so I will leave this up for the people that had to bounce. Usually it's a sub only thing, but I've been just I got no rhyme or reason to this thing. But yeah, I'll put today up.
Cool.
The whole thing. I mean, we listened to it, so I guess let's. I think that vocal bass is a cool and simple idea. I want to hear some grit on it. Basically, everything's like quite clean, and you can do like a simple track like this and let it evolve. But it's just a little too clean and simple. So I want to hear some grit on that bass, since that's kind of the main hook.
Yeah, I could kind of go either way. I actually like that it's dry, but I agree it could be dirtied up a little bit. I would almost want to hear it come in with the drums and the bass line without the chords, like just really tight and dry. Like I think that'd be really like kind of bold and interesting. Maybe like listen to like Rex the Dog. Is it Rex the Dog?
Oh yeah, Rex the Dog crushed that
I feel
kind
like
of
that's
style.
a really good reference for something like this. And then have the chords come in maybe a little later or something. But and then it just sounded like there was an extra bar. Am I crazy?
Oh, what, in the whole thing?
Yeah.
No,
Whereas
I didn't hear it, but maybe I missed it.
and then I was like, just get rid of that bar. Like, why is it not? It sounded like there was an extra thing there. I don't know. Maybe I'm insane, but
Right.
the progression didn't sit well with me for some reason because I expected it to loop around at a certain point and just
Oh, I see. It had
hold
held
on this note. And I was like, I want to just do that 3-chord progression. I don't need more than that, you know?
like a 9. That's not 9/4, but that's like a 13/4 or something.
Yeah, fuck that shit, dude.
That always reminds me of Stakes is High. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, that's really the best one, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think
It's
Dilla has a couple.
12/4. Right.
Yeah, Dilla has a couple like that, right?
Right. Do you like
So-
how I just sped it up in my head just now, like to quickly like go through it?
That's sick. I wouldn't be able to figure that out. But
I think it was 12.
really, really dope. It's cool, man. I actually really I dig it. I think there's I agree with you. Just overall dirty those sounds up a little bit.
Right.
Because if you're not using analog stuff, I just don't want it. I don't want to know that it's not analog. Like I want to. There's ways to make it feel a little bit livelier and more
Exactly.
right, just less clean straight out of a VST.
Exactly.
Especially for this style, you know, just dirty it up a little bit. And then maybe I loved when the bass came in, but there could be a couple like in between like passing notes in there to
Mhm.
spruce it up a little bit. But cool, it's pretty cool.
Sweet.
I just want to take it and like do it how I would do it, and then you'd be like, okay, that's. But I would really recommend listen to Rex the Dog because he's got some tracks like that are really kind of a bold sound choice. Like that vocal harp thing was kind of like, it's kind of cheesy, but
Right.
it's really bold and dry, which I actually really like that. It's more of a statement, but there's ways to really optimize that. And I think Rex the Dog, if you check his stuff out, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I see what he was talking about.
I think Crystal Clear did a track that was sort of anthemic maybe last year that was doing, it was again in this vein, and because I thought it was kind of weird because I think of Crystal Clear as making this very like vibey kind of house music, and then he did that and it was very this 80s thing. And if you're gonna be polarizing, I think that's cool. You just got to go kind of all the way in. It's cool
Yeah.
to make cheesy tracks too.
I like when it's bold, you know, when
Mhm.
it's like, if it are, you know, when producers use maybe like it's, you know, it's not even risky at this point, but using like an M1 sound when it wasn't cool to use an M1 or something, like when there is a sound that's really bold and you're like, that's cheesy, but it's also fire, you know?
Yep, I still use Not lately, but on my last record, I use a lot of M1. Not pianos because I've been over that for a minute. But I think yeah, you can dig for stuff, right? And like
Yeah,
I'll go all the way in.
it's always fun when there's a sound in there where you're like, whoa, I would never use that. Like, who's going to be the first guy who does like a fucking, M1 harmonica solo on a record, and you're just like, God damn it, that's fucking brilliant,
Yo, didn't you find some
Someone will do it.
some
Like,
horses on a stream? What was that? Was that an M1 patch or what? You were going all the way down the hole that day. It was like horses
Oh,
galloping.
I think what happened is I made like I was using M1 drums, and I programmed these drums that were really corny and kind of cool. And then the session crashed, and then I reopened the session, and it forgot which patch it was.
Yeah.
Why not some random like sitar patch or whatever the fuck it was, and it was playing notes rather than like the drum hits.
Right.
Pretty much made like a a Swizz Beats track, which is pretty funny. I'm sure someone's clipped that if you're really interested in seeing that, but it was pretty funny.
Right.
Anyways,
All right, let's
move
keep
on,
let's keep
or
moving.
what
Yeah,
more
we
are
got
we gonna
we got a
do,
few. We got yeah, we might not gotta wrap this pretty soon. I gotta do a couple things, and I'm sure you do.
but we
too.
should see who we have in chat first, right?
Yeah.
Before we start ripping off all these amazing
exactly.
track breakdowns.
Exactly. Is Disco Daddy still in here? Yo, that's what's up. All
Taking
right.
care of his son, Funky Boy, dude. He's changing Funky Boy's diaper, bro.
That's Sound Kid. You just like dunking on all my regulars. Like
Come on, man. They know I'm just fucking around.
I
Love
know.
all these guys, man, but we're having fun,
We definitely are. No, Disco Daddy's dope.
want to be the Howard Stern of disco track breakdowns on Twitch. It's a
Right.
very specific thing, but
I
we'll just
gotta
sign an owl.
make this one bigger because the photo on this is dope. So I gotta figure out how to. Yo, that's what's up. Can you see it? Oh, you can see it on your side, but now we can see him on the stream. This is the first like photo that has been worth showing today. All right, Disco Daddy. Here we
Disco
go.
Daddy.
Josh
Give it to
Wilson.
me.
So bad at being here when you are near. I feel complacency. It's not a part of me. Yeah, don't you see how I can feel the way you bring your body closer. Oh, I can feel the way you know you make me. 'Cause you bring the best out of me. Darling, don't you know that you're just a part of me? Oh, 'cause you bring the best out of me. Baby, don't you know that you're my everything? Oh, in my mind happens way too many times. You pull me back to earth, lifting up my dirt, yeah. You feel my hurt, yeah. Sitting on the edge of life, I couldn't find you sooner. Looking back on what I am now, I'll pull you closer. 'Cause you bring the best out of me. Darling, don't you know that you're just a part of me? Oh, 'cause you bring the best out of me. Baby, don't you know that you're my everything? Oh, 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 oh. I can feel the way you bring your body closer. Oh, I can feel the way you know you make me. 'Cause you bring the best out of me. Darling, don't you know that you're just a part of me? Oh, 'cause you bring the best out of me. Baby, don't you know that you're my everything? Oh, 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 oh.
Cool. Josh, you should have sent this last week when we had Maddie J on here. She would have loved this shit. This is right up her alley. Do you know who that is, Vaughn?
Maddie J.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
She rated me yesterday. Shout out Maddie J.
shout out Maddie J. Yeah.
You want to take this one, or at least lead? Because I really have I don't know what it's very
Yeah, it's
singular.
yeah, exactly. This is like definitely a lane. And we've heard you've got this cool voice going on. I think just like that is your calling card. I think you went a little too stripped back on this one, like in a way that because the chords don't really change until that bridge. Like I don't know what sections are what sections. So you're still gonna have a pre. You have a chorus. I'm guessing. So like give us some signifiers, man. Like a little bit of drums. Like no drums came in over the top. Like no hats, some chimes, a little tam. It doesn't have to be like a straight up full on like loopy thing, but give us like some dynamics within the simplicity, and that can be you can keep it chill and simple. But like someone was like, where does the song go? And that was a good point. Like you've got some counter melodies. I think I would bring some of those in earlier and play with a couple more things. Like a melody doesn't have to be like a solo tag or a hook totally played on one VSD. You could have a chime here and another note playing off whatever, like a tom there, and play with effects. And you can be 2 notes or 3 notes, and that gives you some stuff like that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Overall, there's definitely like a quirkiness, kind of like, yeah, it's just a quirky kind of track, which I think is cool,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I don't really have notes on that, honestly. I mean, I like what you said about it. It is, I like how stripped down it is, but there could be just a couple more, like you said, signifiers that it's, okay, here's this other section. And
here's the hook. Yeah, no, I this is like, it's not like my lane, but that's just what I think that if you go and reference some of Maddie's like earlier stuff, or there's a whole like I think Messiah and is another guy on the people that are getting released on Minerva. I mean, I only know that stuff just because it's Goldroom and RAC's label. I know they do a bit of that stuff, but there's a whole wave of this stuff, and that I think you can reference for arrangement that can help. Yo, thanks for the sub, Adam. I'm gonna spend.
yeah, like does that fall down the like Oliver Tree kind of lane, where it's almost like
I don't know what. Yeah, I just know what he looks like, and
where
I
you,
don't
like,
listen to his music.
you're kind of you're not really taking it serious, but then there's also some like you can't tell, you're like riding the line of that, like, okay, is this? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why I thought of Oliver Tree, but it's kind of like that thing where you're like, okay, is he just like a comedian? Or
Right.
no, he's not, because a lot of these lyrics are like they're actually serious, or they come from the heart or whatever. So
Right.
I actually like where you're kind of riding that line, which I think is really cool. So,
I think it is cool. I think just dive all the way in on that, dude. There's somewhere you can go. As you said that, I was just thinking of like going to the Venice like skate bowl and like just like you all of a sudden just start walking around in there and like trying to high five people, just some ridiculous music video where you're kind of being like
yeah,
a dumbass,
for
but
sure.
not an asshole, yeah. All right. Keeping it going. Le Caban Pappy is definitely asleep because it's like 3:45 in Paris. Ryan, are you still in here? Just moving down the list. We're not taking any new ones, guys. We got to wrap it up shortly. So we've got my list. Rhino's here. Dope.
Let's do.
Here we go.
Ready when you are.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nah.
Dope. Vaughn, what do you think?
Um, again, the white noise sound in there, not a fan. You already know. I mean, overall, it's cool, but I'm kind of just like I feel like I heard that like many times before. Like it just kind of sounds like old Madeon or something, you know. I think it's really well done. I think production wise, everything's cool, but it's I don't know. It just kind of sounds like pretty derivative at this point. That kind of stuff.
Right.
Um, like you know what I'm saying, right? Like it's just kind of like old Madeon. At this point, it's kind of like Monster Cat funk or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Leno does a lot of stuff in this lane.
Yeah, Leno's really good at that stuff.
That's where I would go
I'm not really
for sharpening it up.
just kind of over that
Right.
particular sound. It's just a little too bright and too like happy, I guess, and I don't know. But that's my own personal opinion. You can obviously
Yeah.
do it.
No, that's fair. I think I do.
Really well produced. I think you definitely know what you're doing. The only mix thing I really heard was I think the kick could use a little more low end to it.
Okay.
Not much, but just like a little bump in the low end, and then the name Daft Funk, I would definitely get rid of that too.
Right.
But that might not be the final name. I think you mentioned you were gonna maybe get vocals on it. So yeah, I don't know.
So
I'm just
something outside of the lane of the track is, I think, I don't know if this is really easy for a vocalist to write over. So I would almost send 2 minutes of like, I think it's just the main chords, but I would try and get that written. I just find that when you have a lot of production going, it can be challenging for a top liner if you're sending it around to people. Maybe not, but
yeah.
that is.
I mean, one thing I've done a lot to, for tracks that if you are trying to get vocals on this is for a verse, just literally just low pass the chords or something, you know, and the guitars, like just kind of mute them a little bit.
Right.
Even if that's just like a temporary thing, it allows the vocalist to really kind of have room to do stuff. So that's
Right.
one really quick, easy way before you send it off to someone to write to.
Mm-hmm.
Low pass the chords and strip down the verse a bit, and it should be good, you know.
Good point. Yeah, there's like a short verb that's happening on a couple things in the chops that I feel. Yeah, it's in the Leno lane. See how he tucks stuff. I mean, I haven't listened to. I watch his stream because he kind of crushes it on there really quick. But some of the chops stick out like a little abrasively. It's kind of smoothing things out. But yeah, cool track, Rhino. Last couple here, then we're gonna wrap it up. Is Dr. Plectory still here? That's a cool name. What are you a doctor of?
Plectory, dude. Come on.
Plecking.
Plectory.
There he is. All right.
Doctor of Plectory, dumb down.
So, is that a 4-year? Is that like or is it a PhD?
Aaron, please follow me on Twitter.
Who's?
Dude, I never even go on Twitter, bro. I like the artwork. Okay.
You tweeted today. Oh yeah, there you go. That's you're making like IPAs now. Now I want a beer, man. Fuck, I want a beer.
Ooh, IPAs. Do you like IPAs? I'm not a fan. Gotta be honest.
My girl's is really into like hazy IPAs, so I'm kind of coming around. I can't even drink beer honestly, any now without not since touring, but I like have like 1.5 beers. I'm like so slow. It's almost like game over. I can drink hard stuff.
Dude, I can't drink. Like I know a lot of people have been kind of hitting the wine hard and stuff on this COVID.
Yeah.
But for me, I just can't. I'll have like one drink and I just like want to go to sleep. Like I just get tired because there's nothing to do. You're just like at home and it's just like kind of depressing. I don't know.
Right. Well, I mean, if you go, yeah, no, I feel you. We got the backyard and like it's gonna be hot this weekend, so I might put up like the screen and like watch, I don't know, something key.
Oh, I like that. I like that idea.
That's kind of right. Yeah, you gotta come by. That just reminded me, real quick side story. Do you remember when like Dragonette Hello was popping? It was just the fucking record. You played it right in sets and stuff. So I think like you remember that massive back booth at Shine, obviously, where the monitors that were way too loud and they were like,
oh my gosh, I lost like years of my
hearing.
Hearing, yeah, in that booth.
I used to have them cranked, and there was like 30 people back there, and we would obviously do shots or whatever nonsense that you do when you're like young and dumb. And I think I was at the bar getting like a tray of fucking shots because we had our tab, and the bar is right. So if the booth is here, the dance floor is here, and the bar is here, you have to go through the middle of the dance floor to get back. This is a small club, back to the DJ booth, and I had this fucking tray for, the homies. I'm sure if you were in the mix, and I was making my way, and I was trying. It was a full club. I don't know who else was playing. Trying to get through there in the buildup of Hello, like the breakdown, and I just fucking like couldn't quite get there back into the booth before the drop hit with this stupid tray of like Jägermeister. It did or whatever we were drinking. It did not end well.
Oh yeah, Jaeger was probably the most poppin' shot at that time.
And then there was like icing. We were getting iced. Anyways.
Oh, getting iced. Oh my god.
It came back though, because like some of the kids do the icing.
People do that with White Claws, like you've been clawed or something.
Really?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know shit.
Sweet. All right.
Anyways.
Dr. Plector, here we go. Scrapyard 2. I think this is like a mini mix, so we might needle drop a little bit. 3, 2, 1, go.
Tape number 1.
Two.
Number 3. Number 4. 5.
Go.
You done?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's cut it off there. Does the doctor send you demos a lot?
Does he send me demos?
Does the doctor send you demos? This is like a weird fucking sentence.
I'm not sure if he has or not. I'm pretty bad at checking that stuff, but unless it's on stream or something.
What do you
yeah,
think?
man, these are really cool. One thing I'll say overall is you're really, you know what you're doing musically. Like there's a couple. I think on the first
True.
one there's one chord change where I was like, okay, he knows what he's doing. So I don't really have any comments there, which is great. You have the fundamental stuff, you know.
Mhm.
I don't know. The only thing overall I would say is it just kind of, it's very like 2007 kind of, Blockhouse electro. Like it all has the same kind of that snare and all that kind of stuff. I just would like something to make it sound a little more original, a little bit more unique, like it's your own thing, you know? Because it's like, okay, I know that one is a Sebastian, kind of trying to sound like Sebastian. You just got to find your own lane a little bit, you know? I wouldn't really critique any of it like musically because like I said, you clearly know what you're doing, but I just feel like I want to hear original stuff too. Like when people send these demos, a lot of times it's like they send me stuff that sounds like something that I've done before or like,
Okay, right.
and that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear something different. I want to hear your own kind of take on it. And that's not, you could take this kind of sound and maybe do something kind of more unique with it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree.
No, it's like, yeah.
I think number 2 hit. All I wrote for number 2 was hits, and that one to me I couldn't spot what it was referencing. Maybe number 3. Yeah, it was like, man, you really do know how to play in your way around chords. I love like how funky the phrasing was, the miking of the
really
drums.
good. Really good. He's probably better than I am at that shit. So
Yeah, it was cool. It sounded like a lot of breakbot stuff, like just a little a touch, heavier. And then number 4, I was like, yeah, we're going all the way in on the old school breakbot, and so I would agree with Fone in that, like, cool, like you can arrange the stuff, and I can be like number 3, I think you could use the first section, whatever, but that doesn't even really matter. It's like, okay, so like you can make whatever kind of music obviously you want to do. If you want to, be your own artist project or whatever, and do bigger releases or whatever. So it's like, what are you adding to this? I don't think you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but like, what are you going to do differently? How is your take on this going to be like your sound? Or people are not going to be like, oh, is that like a breakbot track? And you'd be like, no, it's me. And then
100% agree. And like you said, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like I especially with my stuff, I was influenced by all the same stuff, and like I loved breakbot, I loved Justice, I loved all this other stuff, but somehow through all that, people are like, oh, that sounds like an Oliver track, and I'm like, I didn't even really think all that stuff was that original. There's definitely some where I'm like, okay, maybe like Light Years Away or Night Is on My Mind was pretty original at the time, but so yeah, it's just tweaking it a bit to make it your own. Maybe it's the drum sounds, or maybe it's the chord progressions, or maybe you use those chord progressions but you use them way slower tempo, way faster. Like there's ways to reinvent it, like almost like Wave Racer is a good reference too, because it kind of sounded break body, but it was like a totally fucking different thing, you know.
Yeah.
So there's a way to, and I feel like that is like, you can't downplay that. Like, it's super important. If it just sounds derivative of something that came out 10 years ago, then like, I'm not sure how far that can really take you. You know, you have to definitely add something that.
Oh no.
Obviously, you have all the fundamental stuff. Like, I think musically you're really strong. Your groove and all that too is really, really good. But
Yeah, sorry for the dropout, guys. I keep kicking. I'm learning that I shouldn't plug the internet into the left side of my computer because this is the second time I've kicked it out.
yeah, overall, man, keep going. I mean, this is some of the better.
So, yeah, no, it sounds great. We're having this conversation in the Discord, and I think it bears repeating real quick. Someone was asking, like, how do I, I want to be on Disclosure's level, and it was like, cool. How do you get there? It's like, well, you got to figure out your voice first. I mean, now, especially with production streams and everyone, it's like you can make a record that sounds like a Disclosure record, but it's all, like it sounds exactly like one. That doesn't make you Disclosure. And I was like referencing some of the earlier stuff and being like, you could hear with the early, the rough, the more raw stuff, what's in your head and tenderly and that stuff. Like you could hear they already kind of knew they had a specific taste and they kind of found their voice, and then they, made it more poppy and tried different things. But that's sort of where, not making a house track that's like using African vocals and like, these kind of drums. That the mix is not what makes you Disclosure necessarily, but it's the overall. So that's just another example of kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and it's I don't think you need to be like. I don't even think you need to consciously work at like developing your own sound. You just have to be like true to reach outside for your influences a little bit and kind of like mold them together in a way, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm influenced by Breakbot or Madion or whoever else, but then on the other side, I'm really influenced by this other thing that's completely different. How do I, like, it's all good music is kind of a melting pot of that, and I think it always has been throughout history. It's like even early rock records or boring stuff from jazz or blues, or it's taking those influences and making them your own, and that's your personality, right? I mean, that's you can equate it to, that's a good comparison actually, right? Like your personality is partly a lot of other people that have influenced you in your life, right? And it's the same, it should be the same thing with music, and that's what gives you your unique voice, is your unique journey through music. So if you owe it to yourself to kind of explore that a little bit, rather than just like, oh, I really love Sebastian, so I want to do a thing that sounds just like Sebastian. Like I don't really think that's going to get you anywhere. Even if it's really fucking well done, you're still not ever going to be Sebastian.
Right.
And like you said about Disclosure, it's like you could get on Disclosure's level of like making Disclosure music, but they're Disclosure, and you're just somebody trying to copy them. Trying to chase them, and you're never going to catch up. So,
well, this all links back to that earlier, a couple hours ago when you were talking about how many shitty Frank Zappa records you're listening to, and me going down my Christian psych rock rabbit hole. That's all part of the same thing. Learning it is absorbing it, and I like this. I don't like that.
Right? Like I like to take these journeys too. Exactly how you were talking about, and okay, I don't know much about Frank Zappa. Let's see what that's about. And within watching 20 different videos and listening to all these songs, there might be something in there where I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. How can I really like that. How can I maybe incorporate that or let that influence my music?
Yeah.
It might even I was just watching his interviews too, and there was some stuff that he said in the interviews which I thought was really cool, and it could even just be that on that level,
Yeah.
his idea of music and stuff. So draw from these, and that's the thing about all these artists that you're referencing, like Sebastian, Breakbot, whoever else, they all have these deep knowledge. They have deep knowledge of music, and the stuff they're pulling from is heavy stuff that is, like all the Justice stuff. They were like into like French horror movie soundtracks and like sampling that stuff. Like
And like
that's-
Wagner and shit like that. Like
yeah,
they
like just going
sampled
deep down the
Stress,
rabbit
right.
hole of music and letting that stuff kind of guide their direction, and that's really what'll do it, you know. And then just time and like developing it,
Mhm.
and it'll just happen over time. I guarantee it if you stay with it. So I don't know how long this guy's been producing, but you have all the ingredients, man. You just gotta make your own recipe.
Totally. Did you just come up with that, or have you said that before?
I did, yeah. That was pretty good, actually.
Every stream you. All right.
Yeah,
That's your tagline.
that's a good way to end it. Yeah.
That is a good way. Yeah, I mean, if Freshback and the only ones I had were Freshback and Jay Zaw, and I honestly actually gotta kind of wrap things up. So if those guys are
This has
not,
been a
here-
big one, man. We
It's
did a
been big.
Big Daddy stream, dude.
I think we're gonna call it. Thanks everyone else. If we didn't get to your demos, the cutoff was 1 o'clock, was before the stream, but tune in next week and we'll go through them. We got some big guests coming up. We got A-Track in a couple weeks for number 20. That's just, I haven't announced that yet. But yeah, thanks so much, Vaughn, for hanging out for the last 4 hours. It's been the longest.
Pleasure, man. Really fun. I'd love to do it again sometime, for sure.
Yeah, it's nice to get outside of.
Hopefully, I didn't burn too many bridges and hurt too many feelings. I think I was only really harsh on just the names. I was really harsh on. But yeah, that's my whole thing with these track feedback things, man. Like, you're not doing anyone any good by just being like, hey, it's really great. Maybe like fix this snare or something. Like, give them real feedback. That's like, you know, like sometimes you have to be a little bit harsh.
That's
It helps, man. It gives you a little kick in the ass, dude. If someone was ripping me on like, oh, you just did this or that, I'd be like, fuck that. I'm gonna go in the studio and make something so like I'm gonna work so hard till it sounds fucking incredible, and then you're gonna eat shit, motherfucker. That's how I would approach it in my mind.
I mean, I don't know how much you're giving feedback to like within your circle, or how much over the years within your circle of like artists, friends, and producers. It's definitely the people that tell me like, and that's is the way I give feedback now. Same on the stream, it'll be like artists that are more successful than myself. I'd be like, yeah, I don't. If I heard something like, yeah, I don't like this build, or like change that, cut that whole 30 seconds. It's the same deal, rather than like, sounds great, man, dope job. It's like no one that doesn't help move the ball at all.
Exactly.
So it's all love.
So
man.
yeah, I think it's fun, man. And I wish I had this opportunity to like. I wish I could have sent my tracks to other artists and got like real time feedback. It's so invaluable, you know. And hopefully it's helping people, or at least steering them in the right direction. You know, neither of us have all the right answers. You know,
Definitely not.
but, hopefully it helps a little bit. So
Absolutely.
yeah, thanks so much for having me, and we'll do it again sometime, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks. Go follow Oliver, and obviously, if you probably already do, but go sub to Oliver. I am gonna highlight this one so you guys can watch it back. Join the Discord, and drop your demos in there. We do this every Friday. Cool, man.
Yeah, my Discord is you should be able to, if you go to my it's We Are Oliver TV on Twitch, and then just go to the homepage there. There's a Discord link if you want to join the Discord.
If you want to, can you post it in the chat on your end, or I don't know if it's like,
I can do that.
or you can send it to me in the chat here. We can throw it up there.
I'm pretty bad at the internet, but I'll try to figure it out. I
Yeah.
can post it.
Did you figure out whether that was a fart or not?
Pretty sure it was a fart, but it was a strong one. It was.
Right.
It was. He's never done that before, at least in front of me. So.
Whenever you
Shout out.
change the food, I mean, maybe you already knew that. That's a thing.
Yeah,
Deal-
gave him some chips last night. I don't know if that.
Human.
He
food
usually
al-
just throws that stuff up, anyways. But
you know, like
poor Oscar.
watch a Twitch stream on. Oh, cool! We're getting fucking spammed now.
What is it?
I don't know.
It's
Like a weird copy pasta.
Oh, that's a really funny comment, dude.
That's not
You
bad.
go on a bunch of different on streamers and just post that everywhere.
All right. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Join the Discord. Join Vaughn's Discord, and we'll see you whenever. I mean, at the latest next Friday. Vaughn, we'll talk soon. You should come by and have a beer or whatever in the backyard, man.
I'm down, dude.
Watch a movie. You bring your dog.
Drive-in theater.
Let's do it. All right, man.
Okay.
That's it. Have a good weekend, guys.